X in my name is not just a symbol or a target sign. A spell that attracts all who spit facts online all the time. Can you see it? All the ones who drag my name every single day. Can you see it? Can you see it? Can you see it? They keep saying you don't have what it takes to carve out your own name underneath the shadows of gods. And I keep waiting for the day disbelievers say I flew way too close to the sun. I wait, but it never really comes. The answer to my name is not just a symbol or a target sign. A spell that attracts all who speak facts online all the time. The answer to my name is not just a symbol or a target sign. A voice that compels all to rebel from all right shackled minds. Why do they just stand there against when they fall from the battles I have overcome? You feel it, feel the cope and the seething tone that they make while I stand up, man among gods. And I keep thinking with my mill, shooting ropes in my cold that faces towards the sun. They hate, but I'm sitting comfy with their mom. The answer to my name is not just a symbol or a target sign. A spell that attracts all who speak facts online all the time. The answer to my name is not just a symbol or a target sign. A voice that compels all to rebel from all right shackled minds. The answer to my name is not just a symbol or a target sign. A spell that attracts all who speak facts online all the time. The answer to my name is not just a symbol or a target sign. A voice that compels all to rebel from all right shackled minds. It's you and me, your mom, it's me. I'll take another hit from my name. You'll see now. Watch me right now. Punch your face now. Let me show you how.
Oh boy, oh boy. Good afternoon, everyone. I am just absolutely positively glowing today, both on the camera and in personality. I actually feel really good today. How are all of you doing? Hello, Gold Bond. Good to see you, Slaughter Coffee. Actual Tea, hello. Dank Cat Lord, how you doing? Hello, Lonnie. DJ Reaper Skier. Dark Mind 776, hello. Wingo, how you doing? Meme Joy, good to see you. Mega Mania, love to have you here. Dark Soul Saber, hello. Kreslakai, hello. Taco Cat, how you doing? Coin Dog, Twos. Geeky Lesbian, as always. Summer Star, how you doing? Winston C, good to see you. Penko Lenko, hello. Gotski2, hello, how are you doing? Gotskato? Gotskato. How you doing? Yazi117, good to see you. Mug and Mile, good to see you in chat. Hyperglitz, hello. Coolio, how you doing? Alien Dude, good to see you in chat. Who else? Sheenalt, good to see you. BrickKid714, hello. Hyper H Remix, hello. How you doing? We got people over in YouTube chat as well, but YouTube chat is fake and made up. We only read website chat. By the way, if you are watching the stream right now and you are over in YouTube chat, consider coming to the website. There's a link to it pinned in the live chat that you can see at the very top. You can click the link, make an account, come to the website. Your name is probably not going to be taken. Names are unique on the site. So once you get your name, you've got it. So come reserve it. And you get to talk in the real chat that I actually read and I engage with. And if you talk in the real chat, your messages end up on screen, which means your messages in chat end up immortalized in the videos and the VODs. So if you really want to be a part of all of that and go back to like a really popular debate and be like, oh, there I am, there's me in chat, you got to come to the website chat for that. Hello. Dr. Cash Money, how you doing? Flare Games 7, good to see you. Hello. Golden Goat, how are you doing? Hello. Communist Potate. Yazi117, I think I already said your name. Claire EF13, how you doing? I feel like I've gotten really good at like saying hello to everybody. Like I've memorized most of the regulars' names so well that I know if I've already read their name out. You know, like if someone says hello or type something twice in chat and I'm reading down the list, I know who I've said and who I haven't, usually. Yeah, Kreslikai, I haven't seen you much, but you don't have the clock next to your name, which means you at least have been around for a decent amount of time. Max Phoenix, when's the next call-in stream? I definitely want to do an Elden Ring call-in stream soon, for sure. I've wanted to make them a little bit more consistent. I've been trying to make everything in my life a little bit more consistent, and that obviously follows over to streams and content. And you'll start to experience the effects of that quite soon. But I won't get into the details of all of that. But yeah, I mean, just generally I've been working on that. But yeah. You're awesome, Xander. I'm not even the frequent, and you've caught me almost every stream. Yeah, I mean, I try to say hello to everybody. Like when the stream first starts, everybody coming into the website chat, since it kind of feels like the people who are in chat, in website chat at the beginning of the stream, those are the fans. Those are the fans, you know? Like there's some fans, you know, that come in later. But the fans, they're the ones that are in the website chat right as the stream goes live. And then obviously my friends too, but still. Help, my nose won't stop bleeding. Any tips? Oh, secondhand uwu. The real final solution to the nosebleed is the tampon. That's when you go and you ask your girlfriend for a tampon and you put one up your nose. I've had to do it a couple times. But yeah, sometimes it comes to that. Zanpon emote when? We'll get it. And it's Zanpon, not Zampon. Zanpon. Oh, if we're going to be honest about health, I woke up with pink eye. Oh, Jesus. I'm sorry. Do you have any updates on the podcast, Zan? No. I've been focusing a lot. Yeah, you want to lean forward and not back when you have a nosebleed. It may be tempting to, like, just make the blood not go out of your body, but, like, you're going to be bleeding regardless. Now you're just swallowing it, and that will make you vomit. So, I recommend sitting straight up or standing straight up, like at a sink. And if you don't have a tampon, what I like to do is get some, this can be hard if you don't have an extra pair of hands to like help you. If your nose is really bleeding, then this can be really hard to pull off, but I've managed it. I get chronic nosebleeds from a ruptured vessel under the skin. It's been consistent and ongoing and serious for a long time, like serious amounts of blood. So if it's that you're dealing with, what I usually do, my go-to is find some clean toilet paper, not what you have in the bathroom, because that shit's got like bacteria on it from you like flushing the toilet and aerosolizing whatever the hell is in the toilet. Find some clean toilet paper. You want to get like, I'd say 6 squares. Depends on the ply. If it's a thicker ply, then yeah, like 5 or 6 squares should do it. Then you want to very carefully roll it up, like very tight rolling, and make it into basically just a tube, like a very tight tube of no, Lonnie, that's not how it works. Of toilet paper, and you can put it up your nose, and that will usually help a lot. Now, the liquid bandage, which or liquid skin, which Lonnie keeps mentioning, is useful really only for one thing when it comes to nosebleeds: preventing them. If you're like pretty sure you're about to do something that might result in that blood vessel getting fucked with and a nosebleed starting, like if you sneeze or if you're about to like go swimming. Or no, I meant like in the past though, Lonnie, you mentioned it a lot as a solution to that I could use for nosebleeds, but it's really only good for preventative because when there's blood gushing out of the thing, it can be like hard to, like the liquid bandage can't solidify and clot the running blood. It has to already either be like really, really stemmed already or just to prevent it. It doesn't work much when you're just trying to stop an unending flow. No, you get all in. It's okay. All right. Quorod makes both coagulation spray and kick-ass mesh that speeds up coagulation. Those are good for people with thin blood. Yeah, I don't think I have thin blood or anything. I mean, when I get nosebleeds, it clots up quick. It just they start fast. You've never had a nosebleed, Lonnie? Damn. Apparently, I'm not hitting you hard enough. In Minecraft, in a video game. I know, Lonnie. I was just doing the bit. I had to do the woman hitting bit. Okay, we had to continue the debate bros versus women arc. Okay, the debate bros versus women war continues. Oh yeah, blowing my nose is what'll do it. 230 viewers and only 70 likes. You guys are fake fans? Oh shit, you guys are right. We got 241 people watching right now and only 70 likes in the stream. Listen, if you're watching right now and you want to support the stream, me, the channel, the videos, everything, but you don't have money to donate to like help towards the Shadow the Hedgehog onesie stream goal, then please consider hitting the like button. Simple as that. Takes half a second. You should honestly get into the habit of hitting a like button on your favorite creators' videos before you even watch them, like just as a habit. You click on a video, it loads, you immediately hit the like button. If it's like a channel you know that you like, it's a video you know you'll like. It's a good habit to get into because liking and commenting, you don't need to comment, but it helps. But at least liking every video that your favorite content creators or every stream your content creators put out does a lot more to help them than you even realize. Such a small percentage of viewers actually hit the like button on videos that it's really sad. If even like 20% more people hit the like button on the channel, would be insane. Anyway, with that said, hit the like button. It helps out a lot. As a live stream goes on longer on YouTube, YouTube stops recommending to my subscribers the stream. It stops telling them that I'm live. So if you hit the like button, it tells YouTube, wait, there actually is interest in this stream. The stream actually is good, even if it goes on for a while. I should keep, telling, Xanderhal subscribers that he's live. So yeah, hit the like button. It helps out a lot. Totally free. Takes half a second. Don't be that one asshole that doesn't. Smash that motherfucking like button. Yeah. Xanderhal has to do the Bad Bunny $5 a month version of shilling. I feel like I've gotten pretty good at the impression there. $5 a month. Is that pretty good? That was good. When did Bad Bunny come on stream? Smash that nut button. Hell yeah. The nut button. I love the nut button. I live for the motherfucking nut button. If I ain't nuttin', then I ain't struttin'. T, I am going to declare war on Canada. Anyway, with that said, let us... Oh yeah, we're annexing Canada. We're annexing Canada after what just happened. Alright. If you ain't nothing, you ain't nuttin'. True. Wait, what? If you ain't nuttin', you ain't nothing. True. Hello, Netflix TV. Hello, Holic Master. Good to see you here. You missed us playing the theme song. You got here too late for the theme song. Alright. Guys, I thought Xan was Canadian. Fuck no, I'm a Florida man. Well, now I live in California, but honestly, I don't think Florida isn't a place, it's a people. Okay? It's not a place, it's a people. All right? You can take the man out of Florida, but you can't take the Florida out of the man. Like Asgard. I live in Florida too. Well, I live in California, but I'm from Florida. Okay. Listen, chat. I love all of you very much. And as much as I'd love to talk with you guys for a long ass time before we even get to segments or anything, today I actually have a pretty packed schedule as far as what we're covering today. We got a lot to react to, a lot to respond to, a lot to talk about. And if we have time, maybe some gaming, maybe some Doom Eternal, but only if we hit the Shadow the Hedgehog onesie stream. We got so many segments to do today. You guys got to make it worth my while if I'm going to stay up extra late tonight streaming video games. So if we hit the Shadow the Hedgehog onesie goal, which is $300, not only will I put on the Shadow the Hedgehog onesie as soon as we hit that dono goal, I will also prolong the stream for at least an hour, probably two, to play Doom Eternal after we do all the segments. We got an exciting stream plan for today as well, so certainly consider dropping some financial support on the dono goal. It always is very much appreciated. Now, donations through YouTube, Twitch, and whatnot don't necessarily count to it, or they don't count to it, though they do help. Like, I appreciate it. I still get it eventually, but I don't get it right away, so they don't count to the dono goal. But if you want to contribute to the dono goal specifically, you can either donate through Streamlabs, which there is a link in the stream description to get to, or you can hit the donate button on the top left of the website if you're on the site, or you can donate through my website itself in the form of a simple donation or a sub for yourself or a gifted sub or subs for other people. So with that said, I would recommend that if you want to donate just like a donation of money, you don't care about getting a sub or anything, I'd recommend you donate through Streamlabs to use the TTS functionality that exists. Basically, whatever your dono message is, it gets read out aloud by a robot voice. And if you're going to get a sub or gift subs, you obviously want to do that on the website. So donations, I would recommend if you're just donating, you do it through Streamlabs, because you can either do a media share or a TTS donation or both. And if you're trying to get subs or eliminate white names, then you can give subs in the website chat. That's just my suggestion, though. But it's up to you. No matter how you support my channel, I really do appreciate it. Without you guys, I wouldn't be able to do this. And this is legitimately my dream job. Like, when I was 10 years old, I would like wake up every single day, turn on YouTube, watch my favorite YouTubers, and be like, that's going to be me one day. I'm going to be a YouTuber one day. This is my dream job. I refuse to do anything other than be a YouTuber because it's just something I really want to do. And, when I was a kid, I wanted to do YouTube, like gaming stuff. I was going to do like Minecraft or like just broad gaming content. But as I got older, I ended up getting really into politics. And that's, what led me to doing political YouTube and finding myself in this career. And I'd say it sort of is a nice mix of two of my biggest interests, politics and the sort of gaming and live streaming space, and the content creation space involving gaming. It's an interesting combination that I've managed to land myself into as a job, and it is frankly my dream job. And as long as you guys continue to support my content in the form of liking the stream, donating, commenting, sharing the content, just anything like that, you allow me to continue to do this thing that is literally my dream job.
Welcome to capitalism, my dude.
Cosmothulu, thank you so much for the 2 tier 1 gifted subs. Really appreciate the $10. Very kind of you, my friend. Said, good thing I didn't order food today, or else I couldn't give 2 subs. Wait, okay. I hope you were joking there. Let me know if you weren't, and I can refund that. But do not donate if you cannot afford to. Like, if you donate to me, or any streamer, frankly, you should be taking a cut out of the extra money you have set aside outside of the things that you want to buy or need to buy, just your spare spending money a chunk of that should, if anything, be all that you're donating. If you don't have that, then you shouldn't be donating to streamers. Simple as that. Eating subs over gifting subs, yes. If you are hungry, you should not spend money you otherwise would have spent on food on a streamer. Did they mean that instead of paying a delivery fee, they donated to Zan? Maybe the delivery fee? Yeah, that would make sense. Yeah, I mean, I imagine they have food at home. Most people have food at home, but like in their fridge. But yeah, a delivery fee is, ordering food out from like Uber Eats is obviously going to be more expensive. But yeah, thank you, Cosmophulu. I really appreciate that. Let me know the memes though.
Welcome to
and
Capitalism
Donk Chicken,
again.
thanks for the $5.
Asterisk Donk Chicken asterisk has donated $5.
As I said, if you want the robot voice to actually read out your message, you want to donate just normal money donations through Streamlabs, not the site, and not YouTube or Twitch or anything, but through Streamlabs, and that'll read out your donation message. If you do it through the website, all that it'll be able to do is read out your name and the amount you donated, not your message. It's a bug, but yeah. So yeah, if you want to donate like a robot voice lady message, that's through the donate button on the website. Yeah. Pog. Okay. Listen up, everybody. Let's get into this shit. Donk Chicken, thank you for the $5. This got paid Friday, so hell yeah. Thank you, my friend. I'm hugging you through the internet. Thank you guys so much for the support. Let me go ahead and add that to the dono goal really fast. The goal 15. Boom. Congratulations, guys. We're at $15. Hell yeah. We're Thuman, as they say. As the Zoomers like to say, we are Thuman. Please do a stream for 420, Zan. I would toke up with you my overpriced Florida weed. On like 420 the date. Yeah, I mean on April 20th I can do a big old weed stream where I just get high. What if I just did a get high subathon? That would be interesting. Where it's just me getting high and reacting to videos, but it's a subathon where basically there's like a timer. And every time someone donates or gifts a sub or subs for themselves, proportionally it adds an amount of time to the timer. When the time runs out, I get to end stream. But as long as you guys keep donating, up to, I imagine, a set limit, I can't stay up forever and keep streaming, though some streamers will literally just sleep and do like week-long subathons where they're just sleeping on stream. As long as you guys keep gifting subs or donating, the stream keeps going on, but once it stops, the timer runs out. I don't know. I don't know if you guys would be able to keep the stream going for very long. I don't know. I'm usually surprised though. Like I'll be like, "Hey guys, consider donating," and there'll be no donations. But then the next day, I'll do like a dumb dono goal, and you guys, the same people in my chat from the day before, will raise like $600, and it's like, okay, I just had to incentivize you correctly. Yeah, Lonnie can do it with me. Oh yeah, Ludwig's a big streamer who did a month-long subathon. Yeah, that was a pretty big thing I heard about. Yeah, I mean maybe we'll do like a super long subathon for 420. That could be fun. The only issue is I don't know if I want to set crazy events like that for a date, like a set date, because so here's what I already have set up right now for things to do in the future. We are very close to 69,000 subs, and at 69,000 subs in the channel, me and Lonnie are going to be doing a stream where we play Honey Pop together. Only she'll be playing Honey Pop, I'll be sitting next to her, and we'll be like co-commentating it. And that'll be really fun. We're doing that at 69,000 subs. We're currently at 67,800, I believe. So we are 200 away from 68,000, and then that's obviously 1K away from 69K. So we are 1,200 away from the Honey Pop stream. So we still have some more growing to do on YouTube, but I think we can get there in the next month, maybe month and a half, depends, possibly less with the plans I have coming up soon for like uploading and everything. We will see. But just broadly and generally, some pretty exciting plans coming up. Pretty exciting plans. And for the 420 subathon thing, if we have time and no other things sort of contradict and get in the way of it, then I may consider doing like a subathon that goes on for like a maximum of 24 hours. Like you guys can, donate to push it to 24 hours. Like it'll start with just being an hour long. And like the point of it will be I take a hit from my vape, maybe every, like a small hit every time someone subs, which will be just, I'll be ridiculously high the whole time. It'll basically be me reacting to YouTube videos and coughing while like my eyes are just like glowing red and tears are coming down my face and I'm like sweating and my heart rate is super high and I'm like eating tons of food and drinking a lot of water and my mouth is really dry because I'm so fucking stoned. That will be that stream. You think the Honey Pop stream will happen after 420? I don't know. We got a whole month. We got a whole month to gain 1.2k subs to hit the Honey Pop stream before 420, which I would like to do. You know what? I'm going to set that as a personal goal. I'd like to gain 1.2k subs in this month, like less than a month, one day less than a month. But yeah, by the 20th next month, I'd like to have gained 1.2k subs, which is about how much I'm gaining right now. So as long as I maintain that or grow it, then that won't be a problem. But I've got plans to even increase the speed at which the channel's been growing right now. So yeah. I'm taking a month-long tolerance break for 420. Yeah, I could probably use doing that. Fuck, maybe that's what I could do, huh? Maybe I can just, like, take a tolerance break for the month until 420. No, I can't do that. Never mind. No, that would be a horrible idea. If I took a tolerance break up until that, I would vomit on stream and have to quit. That would be a nightmare. No, I couldn't do that. It would severely limit my ability to do that stream. Like, I'm gonna be high out of my mind regardless if I'm doing, like, that long of a stream where it's just me smoking. So...
Are you a boobs or ass kind of person, son?
KFro9K, thank you for the $10. Really appreciate that. Okay. Let me explain the titty ass hypothesis in my mind, okay? Let me ask you a question. Do you like candy, like sweet junk food, or salty junk food more? Fuck. They're both really good, and they both hit like a different spot. And like at certain times, depending on your mood and your appetite, you're hungry for one thing, but not the other. Like sometimes you're really in the mood for a salty, savory chip. And then sometimes you're like, you just ate something really salty, or you just ate like a steak or like a really heavy meal. And now you want like a nice sweet dessert to follow it up. Like chips are the greasy, salty chips are the last thing you'd want to eat. Like it almost feels unfair to ask that question. Depending on the mood, the opinion can change, all right? Sometimes I'm in the mood to just play around with some titties, suck on them a little bit, just have some fun. And sometimes I see, you know, an ass, a girl's ass, and I'm just like, fuck. Yeah, I'm an ass man. However, I will say, overwhelmingly, the average amount of the time, the vast majority of the time, my rating goes ass, thighs, boobs, stomach, neck, legs, and then back, I guess. That is the list. No hips. I include thighs, like everything like where short shorts would cover is what I consider to be a girl's thighs, except for the stomach part, obviously. Like really low cut short shorts. That's more or less what I consider to be the thighs in this scenario, except for the parts that are the ass or the pussy. Yeah. Okay, I'm very bad. Okay, fuck it. All right, I'm bad. Leftist biology. If you say feet, I'm going to cancel you on Twitter. Listen, not only do I not find feet attractive, but on top of that, I actively am kind of weirded out by people that do find feet attractive. Like, the way that feet people talk about it and present it is cringy and sort of weird. It's not even, and it's like, for example, there are people out there that want to fuck like armpits, I'm sure, that like probably worship armpits, want to fuck armpits or something, or like elbows or fingers or something, some weird innocuous body part. Okay, the thing about feet people is, all right, is that feet are inherently like probably one of the most disgusting parts of the human body outside of the asshole. Like generally, like the bottom of your feet are always covered in dirt and like random fucking shit that you walk around on. It's disgusting. Personally, I find feet disgusting for that very reason. And then you've got the people that are attracted to it and make it really, really weird as well. Like to the point where they're like the most shameless about essentially posting sexual material, that like posting that they are engaging in sexual acts towards material about a figure, and it's just totally normalized. Like wiki feet existing is nowhere near as like societally frowned upon as like a website for posting like leaked nudes of celebrities, despite the fact that like they're being used in the same context, and depending on how the person in question feels, just because they were walking around like, I don't know, in a movie with no shoes on, they didn't want people to take that and then jack off to it on like a curated website, you know? She'll summon RGR. If anything, RGR would agree with me here, okay? Feet aren't gross, though? They are. I'm sorry. Feet are objectively gross. They are, next to the asshole, probably the grossest part of the human body. Honestly, there's probably more clean assholes out there than there are clean feet. And even if feet are clean, I don't find them all that particularly attractive then. Why? I feel like I've explained it quite well. They aren't dirty if you wear socks/shoes and wash them. Well, if a girl's wearing socks or shoes, I say a girl in this case because I'm attracted to women, then you're not really looking at her feet, really. You're more so looking at like when a girl wears thigh-high socks, I think it's hot as fuck. Not because like socks are on the girl's feet, but because the thigh-highs do that thing where they do the little squishy. You guys know the squishy, right? On the thigh-high socks do on women sometimes, the squishy. It does the squishy, and I like the squishy. I like the squishy. Aren't there some people that are into specifically gross feet? Oh, I'm sure there are, okay? Listen, not even scat fetishists have been as disgusting about their fetish around me as feet people have been, okay? I'm sorry. At least scat fetishists are at least like humble about it, you know? Like if they're really into shit, they don't go around like flaunting that usually. Yeah. Literally who though, Zan? Lonnie? Have you seen the internet?
Welcome to capitalism, my dude.
Asterisk Hypernatremix asterisk has donated $8.
I'm not even gonna try to. I'm not even gonna try to like correct the how to donate and get the robot lady to read your message thing. Hypernatremix, thank you so much for the $8. I appreciate that. Says, as a nurse, I promise you feet are the literal grossest. Indeed. Thank you. Oh my god. Okay, Lonnie. Okay, Lonnie. Never mind. All right, let's move on. Okay, everyone, listen up. Tim Pool is being stupid. Tim Pool is being very stupid. All right, I think you guys are probably all familiar with the Babylon Bee. Yes, it's a fairly popular satire fake news website, kind of like The Onion, only it's meant to be a parody of sort of Christian conservative kind of propaganda content. And if you looked at like the average Babylon Bee headline, well, you'd probably think it was real because of how, crazy the modern right has gotten. Now, the Babylon Bee itself is absolutely satire. I mean, it's without a doubt satire. The problem is, there is certainly a political leaning with the Babylon Bee, and it can sometimes blur the line to the extent that whether or not it's really satire is kind of a question at times. It seems like it's sort of just meant to garner clicks through like rage and like gaining like rage clicks and whatnot. So there's a fine line between what is satire and what is just spreading fake news for the sake of causing chaos for one side or the other, right? There is a question to be brought up about that, especially in this sort of in this climate, right? And it does still push a political message, as all satire does. There is no such thing as satire that doesn't have a message, okay? If somebody says, stop, okay, I get this all the fucking time. When I look into content that's meant to be funny, but also, like, from a right-wing figure that makes conservative comedy, anytime I try to dissect their videos, I get loaded.
Hey, son,
Thank
rarely
you.
get to watch the stream. Thank you for all you do.
Thank you.
Did a cover of Jazz Dog's tribute to you with a friend. Check it out.
Oh, thank you. I'll check that out in a minute. As I was saying, though, like, it is, all satire has a purpose. All satire has a message, okay? I get tons of comments in any like conservative comedy videos that I make claiming that I'm looking too deep into it. It's just comedy. It's just satire. Stop looking so much into it. You lefties always look too much into this stuff. And it's like, God, I bet these people that like say this kind of stuff, that enjoy like some of the more legendary comedians like George Carlin and what have you, really only liked that comedy because like it was edgy and sometimes slurs were said and it sounded mean and he was yelling. They were not looking for any message or like anything of substance to take out of these comedy routines or anything like that. It becomes very clear how bad the right is at structuring art and analyzing already existing art when you look at the way they talk about comedy. However, with that said, Tim Pool put out a video today. I've not heard about this story, so we'll be hearing about it from Tim Pool. Now, Tim Pool is a, as we like to say, notorious liar. He does this thing where he'll, like, just lie about an event that happened recently, and he'll just kind of rely on the fact that most people aren't going to go out of their way to fact check everything that somebody says, and, you know, he'll just, like, back up a point he wants to make with something he made up. Like, unironically, the source, I made it up point. And then when he gets called out on it, he'll just never acknowledge the call out. One of my favorite examples of this was a compilation someone put together where, like, he'll say something on his stream, like, the mainstream media is trying to ruin my image. They're saying that I said blank. I can't remember exactly which instance this was. I just remember seeing this on Twitter like a few months ago, and I thought it was really funny. I think it was him talking about like something being like a false flag or something. I don't remember exactly, but he claims that the mainstream media was lying about him, trying to ruin his image by claiming that he had said insert thing. Then it immediately cuts to a 2-minute clip of him saying that thing. It's the context leading up to him saying it, him saying it, doubling down on it, and the context afterwards of him, like, moving on and not saying, oh, that was a joke, or, oh, I don't really mean that. Nothing, you know, obviously there's nothing there to qualify that maybe this could have been cut out of context. No, very clearly was in context included. Tim Pool does this kind of stuff all the time. There is a reason why he does not provide the people that he is at political odds against with resources to do their own live fact-checking on the dot when he brings them onto his show. There is a very good reason for that. And it is because when you have a computer in front of you, you can just Google, oh, is that thing that Tim Pool just said, did that actually happen? Oh, no, it didn't. It's actually a very well-known conspiracy theory. It's been debunked for months. Okay, yeah. Yeah, it's like, we watched, how many Tim Pool debates have we covered so far? We covered the debate that Vosh did with Tim Pool. We covered the debate that Destiny did with Tim Pool. And I think we also covered the one that Vosh did with Tim Pool and Charlie Kirk. And in all of those, Maybe not the Charlie Kirk one, because Tim Pool didn't talk much in that. But in all of those that Tim Pool spent a substantial amount of time talking, I know we're able to at least find one example in which, with me being at the computer, I was able to live fact check something Tim Pool said and like reveal that Tim Pool literally just lied and pulled something out of his ass. Sometimes it's him referencing stories or articles from like really discredited propaganda sites. And then sometimes it's literally just him making things up. He is a bottom of the barrel journalist. The fact that he is possibly one of the largest political figures in the world right now is honestly quite upsetting. He's got his own like compound with like an underground skate park for where he films his show. It's actually fucking crazy. Didn't Tim get swatted once? Listen, okay? Swatting is never okay. I don't care who it is. I mean, obviously, if there's a crime happening, I guess it's, but then it's not swatting. Swatting is when you falsely call the police and try to send a SWAT team or the police to someone's house, or a resident, or where they are, or their residence, or whatever, or like their place of work, just anywhere that they are, to try to get the police to go there and, you know, cause trouble. People have died from this. Even if no one gets hurt, it is a serious, you know, waste of time and resources for the police and SWAT teams. It's a serious, you know, danger to people. It causes like traumatic events to happen. The cops are coming and kicking your door down and like putting guns to your head. People's pets get shot. Like if you've got a big dog, it might get shot when the SWAT team comes, you know, kick your door down, right? Under no circumstances is swatting anybody okay. I don't care if they're like Richard Spencer or whoever. I don't care. Swatting is not okay, okay? Do not false call police to someone's house. I don't care how stupid or wrong they are. Nobody deserves to get swatted. Tim Pool does. Nobody. Not even Tim Pool.
Website, the Babylon Bee, has been suspended from Twitter and locked out of their account over an article they published naming Rachel Levine as its Man of the Year.
Uh-oh.
For those that aren't familiar, Rachel Levine is a transgender woman and 4-star admiral of the United States Public Health Service Commissioned Corps. I think I got that
Girl
one right.
boss.
We'll double check in a second. USA Today recently named Rachel Levine as one of its Women of the Year. In response, the Babylon Bee made a satirical claim. Well, I guess technically you could argue it's not, because it's not really satirizing. It's literally just declaring the Babylon Bee has a Man of the Year. And it's named Rachel Levine. Twitter, of course, says this is hate speech, particularly around harassment or threats of an individual. Seth Dillon, the CEO of the Babylon...
So, chat. I'm curious. Let's say a left-wing progressive satire, you know, media site that makes fun of conservatives, you know, posts like fake conservative news stories, decides to post a story in which it is the conservative pick for, and I quote, Negro of the Year. Now, if you understand that it is satire of a racist conservative publication, maybe you'll find some humor in that. However, I think we can all agree that an article such as that would maybe be a little bit distasteful. Because even if you're doing racism ironically and satirically, when it's that direct, when it's that direct, not like broad stereotyping or just broad jokes that aren't targeted at anyone in particular, when it's that direct, as it is here, in which a specific person is being referred to, satirically, sure, but nonetheless, who is trans, a trans woman as a man rather than a woman, that is offensive. That is the equivalent of like if they decide to select like a left-wing outlet, if that like satirical like imaginary left-wing publication I mentioned before had like taken Candace Owens and used her in that example I used before or something, right? Like targeting a specific person, that would be absurdly racist. That would be absurdly racist. There is a difference between irreverent, edgy, ironic utilization of problematic ideas for humor, sort of gallows humor in a way. There's a difference between that and specifically targeting your hatred at somebody simply because, or your criticism at somebody simply because they are of an identity that you possibly don't like, or you are pretending not to like. And functionally, this has the same effect as if, like, some conservative outlet had unironically done this, you know? Like, you are literally just, like, a large publication misgendering, which is harassment, a trans woman who's who's also a public figure on Twitter. Like, yeah, you're gonna get suspended for that. Like, if there's two public figures on Twitter and one public figure, like, engages in harassment against the other, like, yeah, there's much higher likelihood that the one that engaged in the harassment is going to actually have, like, Twitter do something, because there's a lot of eyes on the situation.
Babylon Bee. I believe he's CEO. Could be wrong. Let's just pull up his tweet and make sure. I believe CEO of the Babylon Bee. That's right. He says, "I just received this notice that we've been locked out of our account for hateful conduct. We were told our account will be restored in 12 hours, but the countdown won't begin until we delete the tweet that violates the Twitter rules." He says, "We're not deleting anything. Truth is not hate speech. If the cost of telling the truth is the loss of our Twitter account, then so be it. I've received some messages from people asking how they can help. I can think of a few ways. Never censor yourself. Insist that
Temple. Suggested male swimmer wins women's NCAA national champ. Tim. I love that this dishonest sack of shit will downplay how transphobic he is when he's talking to somebody that he knows will destroy him. Like, he does not talk about the trans stuff when, especially not when Vosh is there, but not even when Destiny is there. And listen, Destiny is not the best on trans issues, to say the least, but Destiny would body him on trans issues. He doesn't even bring it up. He severely downplays it, despite the fact that, like, trans stuff is, like, a fairly significant portion of what Tim Pool talks about on his show. And the kind of stuff he says is always stuff like what we just saw. Stuff that's really egregious that he could never defend in an argument, but he'll just totally, you know, conveniently avoid this topic with anybody that could really hold him to task. I wonder why.
2 and 2 make...
Oh, by the way, since this is a 28-minute video and Tim Pool's videos are, like, really, really dragged out for the monetization, I'm going to speed it up a bit. And I have no doubt the only relevant parts of this video will be, like, the first 5 to 8 minutes. So, yeah.
4, even if Twitter tries to compel you to say otherwise. Make them ban tens of millions of us. Get on our email list so we can have direct contact with you. It's not a perfect solution. He goes on to say, at least we own our email list, and become a premium subscriber. So if you definitely want to support the Babylon Bee, it's one way you can do it. Now, I think there's something interesting here. The Babylon Bee produces satire, not truth. But I think I get the point Seth Dillon is trying to make. But there is something interesting in this. First, the tweet from the post from Twitter that was sent to the Babylon Bee says that they violated our rules against hateful conduct. You may not promote violence against, threaten, or harass other people on the basis of race, ethnicity, national origin, sexual orientation, gender identity, religious affiliation, age, disability, or serious disease. Now,
shit. It's almost like you all agreed to these TOS by being on the platform and having accounts. And since you agreed to these terms of service and you broke them, Twitter reserves the right to withdraw service. Their free service that they offer you. Dude, only in fucking conservative brain spheres can you get an entire demographic of people who nonstop bitch and complain about getting banned from a free website that they can use for free on the condition that they follow a very, very, very broad set of rules, such as don't call black people the N-word, don't threaten to rape women on Twitter, and do your best not to misgender trans people or engage in any hate brigades against anybody. Like, as long as you follow those rules, like avoiding death threats and stuff like that, you can generally, like, skirt by pretty well on Twitter. But these people just nonstop bitch and complain. It's funny, too, that the political demographic that most commonly complains about how the left can't just pull themselves up by their bootstraps, which, by the way, is impossible. You know that, right? Like, the term pull yourself up by your bootstraps, conservatives use it unironically, but the term is ironic. It originates from the idea of doing something impossible. You can't pull yourself up by your bootstraps. That's not a thing that can be done. You can't, that's not like a thing that physically can be done mathematically, physiologically, or by any means, right? It's not a thing that can happen. So it used to mean, oh, you're utterly fucked and there's nothing you can do. Pull yourself up by your bootstraps. Basically meant, fuck you, I got better things to do than help you. Then conservatives adopted the phrase, unironically, to mean, oh no, just pull yourself up by your boot, just figure it out and work hard and yeah, it is ironic that term doesn't even like the term they use as a metaphor for being self-reliant isn't even a thing a human being can possibly do. Like it's not possible. But despite this being a demographic that likes to say stuff like that so often, these are the types of people who will nonstop bitch and complain about a free service they signed up for, didn't have to pay for, and had to agree to a set of rules just to use, is withdrawing service for them breaking the rules they agreed to. It's the same thing as like when a child is told by their parent, yeah, you can play the video game console, but you can only play for this amount of time, and you got to do your homework first. And then the kid goes and plays in the console without doing their homework, and they play for longer than they were allowed to, and the parent like takes the console away from them for like a week, and the kid starts crying and having a mental breakdown. When conservatives bitch and complain about like online censorship or whatever, that is the equivalent of their little baby bitch mental breakdown. Now, I will say, it is different if we're talking platforms like Twitch and YouTube. These are platforms through which people are making their money. Not a lot of people are making their money off of Twitter. I mean, maybe some artists and stuff doing commissions, but like but Twitter isn't paying them. They're just using Twitter as a platform to reach people. With YouTube or Twitch, you're getting paid by the company. You're basically an employee or a contract worker of theirs. I do think there should be a certain extra level of protection for users that are actually making YouTube their job or Twitch their job before they can just decide to ban you for breaking TOS. I do think there needs to be some protections there. I don't think you should just be able to get fired from your YouTube or Twitch job for nothing at all, like with the blink of an eye with no recourse. I don't think that should be possible. And then obviously I take issue with like websites that have TOS or algorithms that aren't capable of equally or accurately using their TOS. So like, for example, YouTube false strikes a lot of people, and yet a lot of people actually breaking the rules get away with it. I find that to be a problem. I don't think it's good when the people who break the rules get away with it, and I don't think it's good when the people who aren't breaking the rules get punished. But I don't think a solution to people who aren't breaking the rules are getting punished is, then let's get rid of the rules and the punishment, right? Because otherwise we've got platforms infested with the type of content we wouldn't want. And I'm not just talking like, oh, racists are allowed to run free. I'm talking pedophiles are allowed to run free on the platform, spreading and posting their child porn everywhere. You've got like people being able to post gore and dead bodies anywhere, even on forums where it's supposed to be for children. It just basically, there's a certain level of censorship that we accept in our society because we recognize that depending on our mood and the state that we're in, we want to have a certain level of filtered engagement, right? Like, if you're in the mood to see some racists or something, you can go watch, go watch Django Unchained or something. You get prepped for that before you go to that movie. You're going to hear the N-word a lot. You're going to see some blood and gore. You're going to be prepared for that. But you probably don't expect to walk out your front door. I would hope you don't expect this, to walk out your front door and hear your neighbor calling the other neighbor across the street the N-word. You weren't quite ready for that yet, right? Like, we do as humans enjoy having a certain level of like filteredness in our exposure at times, right? We've got chill times and we got sigma times, right? Sometimes it's chill time, right? Regardless, there are reasons why we want to uphold certain levels of censorship on these platforms. It's not like authoritarian. They made the platform. You could use it for free. You signed up for free. The only rules, like the only thing you had to do to use the platform was agree to these TOS.
We know that's not true. There's questions about whether or not what Seth Dillon did, or the Babylon Bee should say, was actually in any way a violation of these rules. It was not promoting violence, it wasn't threatening, and it wasn't harassing anyone. The article itself was just naming...
Oh, wait. No, harass other people on the basis of race, ethnicity, national origin, sexual orientation, gender identity. Tim, do you think you think Twitter doesn't understand their own TOS? Tim, they made the rules. They made these rules. You know that, right? You agreed to these rules when you got on the platform. They made them. They're subject to change, and they're completely subject to Twitter's interpretation of them. What are you talking about?
An individual.
You think you know what Twitter was thinking when writing these rules better than Twitter?
As Man of the Year. I find this interesting because Seth Doan refers to this as the truth.
Also, obviously, this is targeted harassment, right? When you're calling a specific trans figure and you are misgendering them publicly as a large, media outlet, even if you're satire, yes, that is engaging in a form of targeted harassment, yes.
Truth. And, well, there's an interesting point to be made here. I know it often comes up, and I always mention that it often comes up whenever it does come up, but I went on Joe Rogan with Jack Dorsey and Vijay Gadde. The reason why I think it's important to bring up is because in that conversation, I mentioned to Jack Dorsey that the Twitter rules are outright biased. And this is the perfect example from 4 years ago. I think it was 4 years ago, was it? Was it 2018? I went on Rogan's show with Dorsey. Maybe it was 2019. I don't know. I think it was. Yeah, it had to be 2018. That's crazy. But this exemplifies exactly what I said.
God, it's insane to me. What really is insane to me is that Tim Pool has gone on the biggest podcast in the world with Joe Rogan and Jack Dorsey, the at the time CEO of Twitter. If I'm not wrong, Jack Dorsey was the CEO of Twitter, I believe. Not wrong about that? Regardless, this guy will complain about how the right is censored and how he is censored while literally on the largest, most listened to platform in the world. You guys know that, right? Tucker Carlson and all Tucker Carlson would deep throw a dick for a fraction of the popularity that Joe Rogan has. The viewership that Joe Rogan gets on his podcast is so extraordinary, it puts Tucker Carlson to shame. I believe Tucker Carlson might be second place, and he is put well to shame by Joe Rogan. Is Tucker Carlson second place? I know Rachel Maddow's pretty big. Rachel Maddow's really big, but she's smaller than Tucker Carlson. Joe Rogan, I'm almost certain, is the biggest figure who speaks that people listen to, just generally. He has the largest podcast. I think he's the most listened to figure as far as political opinions go. It really is terrifying. It really is terrifying that a sub-fridge temp IQ ape man like Joe Rogan is the most trusted, believed, and credible in the minds of the average American person in the world right now. Not even the average American, but even across the world. To the vast majority, or not the vast majority, but to a significant amount of people, Joe Rogan is the most credible and trustworthy guy on politics, medicine, and all of that in the world. To a staggering amount of people. Enough people to swing elections here in America.
I told Jack, your rules are biased. And he looked like he'd taken issue with that claim. He was like, what? No, they're not. How are they biased? Twitter has a misgendering policy. That is to say, on Twitter, if you misgender someone, you will be suspended or banned, right?
Yeah.
Okay. To a conservative, misgendering someone would be, if they are biologically male, it would be misgendering to refer to them as a female.
Yeah, Tim, you understand by that same logic that calling a black person the N-word is offensive to racists because they don't get to call black people the N-word anymore. That's the point. Conservatives are wrong. They've always have been. And now it's just getting to the point where society has stopped hearing you out and giving you the benefit of the doubt. Now the rules on platforms are changing. The companies are stopping their shilling for your types of content. It is getting to the point where society and the smart people are no longer just letting the stupid conservatives have at it. Unfortunately, it's still happening to a large degree, but it's happening a lot less. And it is making conservatives so angry because they're like, what? But this is our opinion. And then they're like, well, no, actually, the whole trans thing isn't like an opinion thing. It has been scientifically and medically settled as much as you guys want to pretend it hasn't been. So yeah, if you misgender people, you're going to get banned off of Twitter. It's as simple as that. You guys can cry about it as much as you want. Like, and I'm talking to conservatives right now. I want you guys to cry and seethe, and I want snot to run down your faces, and I want your blood vessels and your face to get all red. Just the ugliest cry face in the world. I want you to cope and seethe about this. Society's going to keep on moving in this direction. Science is going to continue to prove time and time again that the left is right about all of these social instances, just as they did with the gay acceptance movement. Now conservatives can't just call gay people, the F slur on the air anymore like they could a couple decades ago. Same thing's going to happen for trans people. Tucker Carlson will lose his job in the next 10 years if he misgenders a trans person on TV. It'll be as career ruining as calling a black person the N-word eventually on live TV. We are going to reach that point. Society has moved in that direction for a very long time, and every single tiny blip in popularity that figures like Tim Pool or Joe Rogan or even these conservative figures in types like when Gamergate gets really popular and whatnot, they're always small, pittering and sputtering, pathetic grasps for power and ground that are always overshadowed by the subsequent multiple steps forward the left always takes. Like, think about how much ground the right gained during Gamergate. That was pretty significant. They got Trump elected and stuff, and there was a pretty big cultural shift. But then think about the change that's happened since, like, the left, like, started to gain popularity again in, like, 2018. And like BreadTube blew up, and we started to see like the left kind of take a more cultural hand on things. Obviously, Biden got elected. I don't think that's because the online got a little bit more left-leaning necessarily, though I think it played a part, just like it played a part in getting Trump elected. And then on top of that, I think a lot of it has to do with the fact that, look now, like pre-2018, how many of you knew what a non-binary person was? And if you did, how many of you thought non-binary people were valid? Certainly not many. Like, so much of broader society has become so much more woke since the like popularity of BLM, and like it really does. I know, Lonnie, but it really does seem like the left culturally had much more long-lasting wins from the albeit much smaller portion of cultural relevance that we had during the BreadTube era compared to the much less significant and much more lingering effect that Gamergate did, even though it lasted longer. Have you thought about that? Have you noticed that, chat? And the reason for that is everybody, or at least the vast majority of people, even if they do end up being victims of conservative propaganda, they will one day be broken out of it because their own lived experiences will disprove said propaganda. And this only becomes more and more likely as the internet becomes more and more prevalent and videos of how the world really works become more and more available to people. How delusional can our society be about police brutality when anybody can see the most recent innocent person getting beaten to death or shot to death by police on Twitter whenever it happens? Like, as soon as it happens, a video goes viral. And every time it happens, almost, if it gets caught on video, a video goes viral. Like, stuff like that is going to continue to radicalize the population more left, to the point where not necessarily everybody is communists or socialists or anything, but eventually we're going to see, even here in America, the Overton window move significantly more left. Do I think it'll move more right before it does? Possibly. The right is going to gain a lot of political power when the midterms come around. But I think in the long run, the left historically has always won, and I believe it will continue to win. And listen, my predictions have been overwhelmingly correct so far, so let's hope this one is as well. Anyway, there's not much more to cover with the Tim Pool video. I think he's just gonna like say, oh, but opinion. I do think, though, it's important to talk about Tim Pool and the absolute pathetic victim complex conservatives have built for themselves, having to do with censorship and getting kicked off of these social media platforms. Anyway, if you enjoyed this video and you want to support me, support the video, the channel, and just the stream or me in general, then please consider doing the following. You can hit the like button on the video to very quickly and for completely free support the video. You can also comment down below, subscribe, and ring the bell icon to see more from me on my channel. And of course, you can follow my social media. I'll link down below, including my Instagram, Twitter, fan Discord, and my TikTok. And if you want to support me financially, you can donate, subscribe, or gift a sub on my website, donate through Streamlabs, or you can donate to me through YouTube, Twitch, or Patreon. No matter how you support me, though, I really do appreciate it. Thank you all so much for watching, and have a good one. That was a good segment. Why don't I go on Tim's podcast? I think I'd probably need more like research experience first, just to be capable of calling out all the lies that Tim Pool will inevitably tell. But eventually, I'm sure. I don't know if I'd be able to go on there now. I'm probably not big enough. But yeah. Also, I don't feel like traveling literally all the way across the country. He literally lives on the opposite side of America, like diagonally all the way across. I live on like the bottom left side. He lives on like the top right side. I used to be a no bullshit and PKW watcher until I found out about Xanderhal and Cirrus. PKW? Who's PKW? Oh, Paul Joseph Watson, Don't worry, we're getting to it. Don't you worry, we're getting to everything. Hey, by the way, guys, we're currently at $43 on the Shadow the Hedgehog onesie dono goal. For those of you guys that don't know, by the way, we got 534 viewers right now. Fucking phenomenal. Love to see it. Thank you all for coming out. Love to have you here. You guys are pog as fuck. However, I do want to say, if you are one of the 534 people watching right now, and just like Jakey Fakey
Asterisk has donated $5.
You have an extra bit of chunk of change sitting around, consider donating. It actually does help me and the channel out a lot. And on top of that, once we hit $300, I put on the Shadow the Hedgehog onesie, and it's pretty funny. And also, if we hit $300 tonight, before I wrap up stream, I will prolong stream a bit longer to play Doom Eternal while wearing the Shadow the Hedgehog onesie. So if you want to see me play Doom Eternal tonight while wearing a Shadow the Hedgehog onesie, consider donating. Thank you, Jakey Fakey. Hey, yo, Zan and chat, I'm making spaghetti and pickle parm. Love y'all. Hell yeah. Enjoy that spaghetti and pickle parm, my friend. Thank you for the $5. That puts us at 48 now. All right. So the next video we're going to watch isn't so much going to be a response as it is going to be a reaction video. Now, I know that reaction videos can be pretty hit and miss, and if I ever react to a video that isn't explicitly one that I'm responding to, as in like, here, this person's going to make arguments and I'm going to respond to them and argue against them, then I typically never upload those videos. However, I do want to get more into reaction content, but I want to do it in a way different than most Twitch streamers do it. The vast majority of Twitch streamers, if I'm being honest, just outright steal the content they're reacting to. Like, they do not talk nearly enough for the content to be considered transformative. Honestly, it's pretty embarrassing. Some streamers even get up and just walk away while the video is playing. It's crazy. And while they do, they don't even show the name of the YouTuber or the title while they're at it. I wonder if you guys can guess which YouTuber did that. Zan, your camera's a little fucky? Yeah, I gotta change the settings really quick. Every time I close and reopen OBS, it resets all of my settings, so yeah. That would be focus, autofocus being on, auto exposure being on, which is never good. Go back here and then turn up gain a little bit. Let's make gain a little more reasonable. There we go. Any blinks? There we go, no blinks. There we go. There we go. There we go, yeah. Basically, OBS automatically sets the camera settings all to auto, which just, the lighting in my room always makes my camera bug out if it's all set to auto, so it all needs to be manually set, but it automatically sets my settings back to auto again after every single stream. All right, Cherry, let me check Discord. I really don't like receiving messages during stream. Yeah, that's an old video, Cherry. That's an old video. It's not worth responding to. All right. Cherry, cut this part out in post. That was a stun lock. All right. With that said, it was uploaded today. I will check it out then in a little bit. Maybe I'll cover it like not today. Cherry. We'll see. I already got my segs set for today, so we'll see. Anyway, with that said, I do want to contribute real transformative reactions to any content that I do react to. That means long portions of me pausing and talking about what's being discussed to add something extra, so it's not just me watching the video and talking over it every once in a while. So yeah, let's transform some content, huh? This video has been recommended to me both by YouTube and my fan base for a while now, and the thumbnail admittedly did catch my eye because it has a Confederate flag on it. However, this is The Rise and Fall of Truck Nuts by Vince Vintage, who has 106k subs, significantly more subs than me. But yeah, this actually doesn't have that many views. You know what? Here, as I should go drop a like on the Truck Nuts video. Go send some support. You know how it be. All right. Let's learn about the rise and fall of truck nuts. For those of you guys that don't know, truck nuts. Wait, hypers in chat if you have no fucking clue what truck nuts are. So truck nuts are a pair of metal, it's just a metal nut sack that you hang off the back of your truck. It's considered something very douchey redneck dudes typically have, and a very common design of them is a pair of truck nuts with a Confederate flag painted onto it. Like painted in the colors of the pattern and color of the Confederate flag. Very, very common. So I don't actually know all that much about truck nuts other than they're a thing redneck douchebag dudes have. And the instant I saw someone who had them, it maybe got like a chuckle out of me just because the visual of like truck nuts is pretty funny. But then I immediately realized, yeah, but that dude's totally a douchebag. And I never talked to that person. Besides that, I don't know about the history of these things, but I'm interested to hear about the rise and the fall of truck nuts because frankly, I did not know there was ever a rise of truck nuts and certainly not a fall of them either. So I'm curious. My eye has been caught.
People love to customize their trucks, paint jobs, rim jobs, and hell, even truck nuts.
Rim jobs.
But you gotta ask yourself, what kind of person puts a pair of plastic nuts on the back of their truck? And better yet, who the hell would invent something like this?
Well, it's a complex story of two men who went to war trying to monopolize the truck nut game between the corporate espionage, legal battles, and hell.
There was a patent war on truck nuts. Dude, I fucking love the internet. These are the type of rabbit holes I love getting just lost into. King Jar Jerk, thanks to tier 1 subs, says truck nuts are a staple of American society. You have no idea what you're talking about. The disappearing of truck nuts is indicative of the fall of the West. That is true. I have no doubt that the extinction of the truck nut will no doubt lead to the fall of the West.
Hell, even death. These two men would duke it out for an entire decade over these. Now, maybe to you or me, this might seem a bit childish, but to these two men, these nuts were their livelihoods. This is the story of the Great Truck Nut War and the two men who would go to ridiculous, girthy lengths to build their truck nut empire. So what is a truck nut? Now, maybe you've seen a pair swaying on the freeway, staring at you dead on in the eyes. And while today these might seem a bit grotesque with the veins and all, in the early 2000s, oh boy, these were all the rage, much like frosted tips or tribal tattoos. It really was a
Yeah, I guess they were probably way more popular back in the 90s. That would have been before my time, but like I was in Florida the last time I saw a pair of truck nuts, and it was only a few years ago. Like, I've seen a pair of truck nuts back in Florida as recently as only a few years ago. So it's like, not that, like, they're not extinct or anything, but I guess this is more of a before my time thing. Before your time, lol, it was my time. I was born in 1999. Yes, the 90s were before my time. I don't get to be a 90s kid because I was born in 99, all right? Like, halfway into 99, too. I was born more than halfway into 99. I was born in July.
different time. Now, to understand the Great Truck Nut War, we need to look at the two big swingers in the game. Now, on one side, we have David Ham, a rebel, a Steve Jobs visionary.
I'm David, and I want to welcome you to the home of America's favorite online novelty nuts.
His company was called YourNutsWithAZ.com, and they would pride themselves on being the
I fucking love the aesthetic of like 90s boomer website or web design. Does anybody else love the aesthetic of like 90s boomer web design? It's an aesthetic that you know it when you see it. You know what I'm saying? You know it when you fucking see it. You know some goddamn boomer built this website back in like on Windows 98, you know?
the veiniest,
Heavy vein structure.
raunchiest
You've selected the baby blue big balls.
sack you could purchase for the back of your truck in all different shapes, sizes, materials, and
Oh my
colors.
god.
These are our granite nuts. The POW and MIA nuts. Again,
Hey chat, you're some like fucking, you're like a military wife, right? You're 19 years old, okay? Your 20-year-old husband is fighting in Afghanistan or something, I don't know. And you get a knock on your door, and two men in suits arrive, and you know what the deal is. You know either your husband's dead or he's been captured. And you know, you're pretty upset about it. Not necessarily as upset as you'd think you'd be, and that's because you've been cheating on your husband for 6 months while he's been deployed because you're a military wife. But you are still quite upset. So to signal support for your husband, who you just found out is now a prisoner of war, you buy some POW truck nuts to just, you know, signal your support for your prisoner of war husband. I'm sorry, ma'am. It reminds me of that one video. Hold on, wait. Hold on.
It was low-key poggers.
If you've seen the video, you know. If you've seen the video, you know.
respectfully place the black ribbon on it. Check out the fine print on this, guys. These nuts donated $10.
16-inch set of
We call the
chrome.
Sienna.
Here we have the desert
big granite. Again, very rough texture.
Okay, this is pussy shit, all right? If anything, you should be getting a giant, dragging, like, truck cock. It should just be a dick that hangs off the back of your truck, and it should be like the size...
Welcome to capitalism.
Anywhere ranging from the size of a normal dildo.
Oliver Zemo Asterisk has donated $5.
Thank you. I mean, you just get this effect by gluing a dildo to the back of your truck, but like... Yeah, honestly, until we start putting fleshlights into exhaust pipes and dicks onto the back of trucks, I'm not respecting this culture, okay? I'm not respecting it.
Really nice.
Oh, look at these. These are so nice. They are the kitchen nuts for you. Oh,
The fuck?
And on the other side of the ring, we have John Soller, more of a Bill Gates calculating type man.
Oliver Zemo, thank you for the $5, says, please help me spread the word. Ocean Man by Ween sounds like the Riddler is singing. Ocean man. I guess, I don't know. Thank you for the $5, Oliver Zemo. Ween is the shit.
His company was bullsballs.com, and they prided themselves on being less veiny and having a bit more class with their truck nuts. But I have a question. How could you make this have more class? Please tell me that. Now, who actually came up with this revolutionary idea that would change the world? Now, David says he was at a desert race in the 1980s, and he had witnessed a pair of homemade truck nuts. He had found that there was a certain allure to placing your manhood on an inanimate object. And nearly a decade later, David had never forgotten about how those truck nuts...
Fuck you. Fuck you. That's the inspiration. Fuck you. It wasn't just the dude being like, hey, what if we made a fake ball sack to hang from the back of the truck? Wouldn't that be funny? That is absolutely how it happened, and if he's claiming that isn't how it happened, then the dude's lying to make the story sound more exciting. I'm sorry, I don't believe that for a moment.
It made him feel, and he wanted to make other men feel that way as well. So after saving his money for the last decade, he would quit his job, cash out a 401k, and start
YourNuts.com.
Though the path that David chose was not an easy one, because his biggest problem was finding someone even willing to manufacture these nuts. Because, mind you, this is during a time in the United States when it was illegal for toys in some states.
What?
So for nearly a year, David would meet...
Wait, sex toys were illegal? In some states? Which states? Which states were sex toys illegal in? And which ones? Texas? Dildos were illegal in Texas? Why? And what would legally count as a dildo? Could you get like a silicone mold of your own cock and balls and use that? Would that be an illegal weapon? Okay, to be fair, my dick is a weapon, but like, I don't know, yeah, like you're allowed to own weapons in Texas. Yeah, sodomy laws are pretty recent and very stupid. Hey chat, do you guys know what sodomy is? Any form of sexual penetration that isn't penis to vagina. That means blow jobs, foot jobs, tit jobs, anal, hand jobs, armpit jobs, elbow jobs, rim jobs, slim jobs, grim jobs, lib jobs, con jobs, drip jobs. All of those things count as sodomy, okay? Reach arounds, Alabama Hot Pockets, Kentucky Klondike bars, frozen Alaska pipelines, rusty trombones. Did I say that one already? Yeah, all these things count as sodomy. If it's not putting your dick into a vagina, it is sodomy, apparently.
Meet with factory after factory, and he told them about his grand idea of these nuts, and they all told him no. And when David was about to throw in the towel...
I wonder if it counts as me doing sodomy if I fuck a girl in her vagina while she eats out another girl, because I've done that before. I wonder if that counts. Maybe it just makes the girl in the middle. Yeah, I don't know.
And give it all up. He received the call. Hell
That's
yeah,
just
brother.
called winning?
I'll make you some truck nuts.
You're damn right it's called winning.
Hell yeah, brother. Let's do it. David says it was a call that would change the world because these nuts were an absolute hit. Minutes within the website going live, thousands of plastic balls were flying off of the shelves and on the trucks all over the world. Blue nuts, gold nuts, big nuts, small nuts. People wanted David's nuts.
Hi, I'm David, and I want to show you my nuts.
And for him, his big bet, his big risk had paid off. And this would all make David an incredibly rich man.
I'm glad.
Selling these.
I'm glad.
Now, John Sawler's side of the story is
I forgot, the competitor.
Says on an afternoon, he was hill climbing with the boys, and as he's going up, he's starting to struggle. And then someone from the crowd yells, "Show him you got balls!" And the second those words entered John's ear, he had an out-of-body vision of pink plastic balls hanging and swaying from the back of his truck.
I like this story better.
And then it hit him. John knew he needed to make this vision a reality, so he would quit his job and start bullsballs.com. Now, John's vision just wasn't from thin air. It was actually deja vu for him. In the 1980s, he'd actually found a grandmother making and selling homemade truck nuts on the side of the road, and John was inspired. And just like David, John Soller would become an incredibly rich man from selling his Bulls balls. This is Billy. One night, Billy was at a rave dancing.
I'm curious to see how the conflict between these two men is to unfold. You'd think they could come together and form like a lol, they both stole it from a woman, of course. That's true. That is true. They both, assuming both stories are true, they both stole the ideas from women. They both got the idea from like random women who just like put some like grapefruit into some pantyhose and tied it to the back of their truck. Like, that is a common thing. That is a thing that's happened a lot, where like women or black people or insert marginalized group will like make a massive stride or discovery, then like inspire a white person who will just end up building their fame on that reputation that they stole credit from. It's very common.
With the ladies peeking hard, and all was well until one of Billy's ladies gave him a head massage and noticed that his hair looked a bit odd. Billy had been losing his hair for the last few months and had worn a wig to the rave. Embarrassed, Billy ran to the bathroom.
This is gonna be a Keeps commercial. Yeah, it's a Keeps commercial. I'm sorry, we're not doing the Keeps commercial. I'll end it.
Will too.
I'll
Hair
end
loss
it.
stops with Keeps. To get 50% off your first order, go to keeps.com.
He gets paid anyway, okay? Me not watching the sponsorship does nothing. He gets paid regardless.
/Vince Vintage, or click the link in the description. That's KEEPS.com/Vince Vintage. So why are these so popular in the United States? You see, America's got a strange relationship with private parts. Showing them on TV? No. You're not allowed to do that. No. But hanging rubber Vanny replicas on the back of your truck for the entire world to see, including little kids? That's 100% okay.
Yeah, so something that I've never experienced firsthand, because I've never left America, but I've only heard ubiquitously among everybody who's experienced it, is that America is very uncharacteristically prude when it comes to nudity in the human body. Like, nude beaches, for example, are a common thing in countries around the world. Like, women walking around topless in some places is not really seen as that big of a deal. The idea that, like, the idea that, like, covering yourself up is something that you have to do at all times is a very, very Americanized thing. And it's ironic, too, because other countries will have the reverse. Like, here in America, we're very big on action and gore and violence and whatnot. And we very, very much do not censor... we very much don't tend to censor violent or even sexually violent material much. In America, we've got very strong freedom of speech when it comes to that, but simply when it comes to nudity in general, we're very prude about it as a culture, despite not being anywhere near as prude about violence or gore or horror or anything like that. It's interesting. It's very interesting. My state has free toplessness. Yeah, I wouldn't, like, it's interesting because a lot of states do have, like you won't go to jail if you walk around just titties out, but like, no one does it, which is a shame because I'd love to. That'd be great. That'd be awesome. That'd be awesome. God, can you imagine if in the states where women were just allowed to walk around topless, they just started doing it? Holy shit. I would have a boner 24/7. But maybe that would, like, be good, though. Like, if every dude was just always, like, anywhere between, like, half chub to full mass at all times just because they're constantly looking at titties and pussy and ass because every woman walking around's naked. Like, maybe it just means, like, for me at least, maybe it just means I'd end up fucking more. You know? Like, hey, I can't help that I got a big old boner. Yeah. Yeah, it is that big. Fuck you. You want it? Yeah, that'd be how that go. Yeah. That is a really weird thing about our culture. We are very prude. It's odd.
Okay. Well, maybe not everywhere. I know this is hard to believe, but some people were not fans of the truck nuts at first. Hell, some states even tried to pass laws to ban them. One case I found in South Carolina, a 65-year-old grandma, imagine this being your grandma, was pulled over, given a $500 ticket for having a veiny sack on the back of her truck. When the police chief pulled her over, he said, genitalia...
Oh, shit. Wait, hold on. Okay. Cherry, make this a short. Make this a short, what I'm about to cover. If you're watching this recording and editing this, cut this part out of the original recording and turn this into a short. Or just cut this part out and then send it to Lonnie and she'll make it into a short. Guys, look at this. Oh no, she has me blocked. Wait. Private window? Can I open a private window? How's that work? I forget how it works. How do you open a private window? Fuck, I'll have to do it in Chrome. I don't know how to open an incognito window on Opera GX. It's not very obvious how you do it. Okay, 1 second, chat. Sorry to derail, but relevant, somewhat relevant stuff. Okay, so this is actually something really interesting that Cherry sent me on Twitter just now. Apparently, throughout Cat Black's long, little Twitter meltdown about Vosh, because she swears she doesn't care about him, she ended up posting this tweet. I actually looked through my view history, and this is all that comes up when I look up Vosh. Non-compete's video on me is worse than I thought. Thought Slime still won't apologize to Xanderhal. Why Vosh thinks RGR doesn't deserve her job anymore. What a dishonest fuck. Vosh gets mad. So I guess this is a video of mine that she watched. She watched, like, it looks like a decent amount at least of my video covering the debate, my reaction to it. Debate with Riley Grace Rashong, some stuff. Yeah, whatever. Most of this I don't care about. But the thing I want to point out here is she watched the Thought Slime Still Won't Apologize to Xanderhal video. And she finished it. Which means she knew about the sex cult drama and didn't say a goddamn word that somebody that I know she's on friendly basis with is literally falsifying accusations. Someone who's in their 30s that she's friends with is falsifying accusations of having a sex cult about, at the time, like a 19 or 20-year-old, I think I was. Like, I really don't regret this. I don't regret all of this getting unraveled, that, like, Cat Black is such a piece of shit, and everyone realizing that, and then this whole, like, meltdown that's happened on Lefty Twitter and whatnot. I regret none of it. This only, like, looking back in retrospect, this only strengthens my resolve more. The fact that that she knew that such a large figure that she was friends with was doing something so reprehensible and had still not done anything. I have not watched this video. Thought Slime Still Won't Apologize to Xanderhal. 113k views. What the fuck? I haven't seen this video. The Vosh Pit did a video on the Thought Slime thing. It got 113k views and I didn't even know about it? What the fuck? It's a banger. I need to watch that, I guess. I haven't watched it. Listen, you would think, because a lot of people accuse me of being like a Vosh clone or whatever, you would think that I would watch like a lot of Vosh's content, but unless it's a video that really interests me, or he's live and I'm bored and I just want to go in and like talk to him for a bit or talk in chat, that's about as much as I really watch Vosh's content. That's the most bizarre thing about when people accuse me of being a Vosh clone, is it's like, I don't even really watch him that much. I don't even know. I don't watch him that much. Man, I missed the non-compete drama. That shit was peak entertainment. I did watch all of that shit. Well, I didn't watch it. I listened to it. I was on a plane. I ended up getting YouTube Red, or YouTube Premium, I think it was, while I was on the plane flying back from Texas to California. And I downloaded some episodes of PKA, the podcast, and I listened to that a little bit. And then when we actually landed, I connected to like to the internet, and I put on Vosh's stream, and that was when he was actually doing the debate with non-compete. I was actually getting off board a plane at one of my connecting flights and waiting for the next flight while Vosh was doing the non-compete debate. And I was like there when the whole Nazis have a point thing happened. I was there on my phone, not talking in chat in an airport, but I was there and I heard it live. But yeah. Anyway, yeah, go ahead and make that into a short. I think, Cherry, that should be good. Me acknowledging that little bit, I think that could be good content. All right, back to the segment now. You can cut it back as well for the reaction.
Is offensive, and as a father, I would not want my daughter looking at that. Well, Mr. Police Chief, I hate to break it to you, but your daughter is gonna be in for a shock when she gets to college. What I find funny is that South Carolina will defend your right to display a Confederate flag all day long, but plastic nuts? That's too far, buddy. Now, there were dozens of cases like this
I wonder why.
all across the United States, and even with all this negative press, this would only make truck nuts way more popular. Now, the truck nut business was booming. It was hard, it was erect, and the stakes were growing higher. And neither John nor David's businesses took too kindly to one another. It wasn't a friendly business competition. They hated each other. Now, their beef started out with some angry phone calls and emails about who was the real inventor.
We better see these emails.
Was a copycat. And this was all just surface level stuff until the first shot was fired in the War of the Truck Nuts. Now, as more businesses were entering the truck nut game and taking a bigger slice of the pie, well, David wanted the whole goddamn thing. He wanted to be the Amazon
Okay, the truck nuts that are just the outline of a pair of nuts are lame. I'm sorry. If you're going to get truck nuts, go all the way. Fuck that.
Of the truck nut world and sell every brand that was competing against them. So he would launch all the nuts with the Z.com, and it would be your one-stop shop for anything truck nut related.
Hi, welcome to allthenuts.com, where you'll be able to find all the nuts on the internet. The big ones, the small ones, the veiny ones, the ones that hang with a chain, the ones that hang without a chain, the chrome ones, the stainless steel ones, all the nuts right here.
And you can tell they're metal because they're hard. I said hard.
Every brand of truck nut, antenna topper, stickers.
The bumper sticker.
Interesting advertising.
See my nuts,
especially for the 90s.
Climb in my bed. And then there's the support our troops with the big nuts hammer crushing the Islamic terrorists.
And even his sworn enemy's brand, Bulls Balls. If you can't beat him, might as well sell him. Though David's #1 competitor, Bulls Balls, caught on and they refused to sell on his site. So David had to find a creative way to get his hand on those precious nuts. Okay, here's how whacked out David Ham is. He flies out to California to the Bulls Balls headquarters. He goes undercover, fake mustache, and hell, even a fake name, Bozzy Willis. He walks in and tells the manager, I want to wholesale some nuts. But the manager heard Bozzy's voice from somewhere, maybe from a video he once saw.
Why not fake an accent?
Like that. So the manager hits him back with, do people call you by another name, Bozzy? Do they also call you David Ham? Damn it. David Ham's cover was blown. So with his tail and his metaphorical nuts tucked in between his legs, security had to escort him out of the building. And without his Bulls Balls in hand. Though all of this would undeter David, because even without their permission, he would still put up a listing for Bulls Balls.
It's like he's trying to get the fucking Krabby Patty secret formula
on allthenuts.com. And then Bulls Balls just happened to be sold out. A classic bait and switch to get people to buy David's nuts. Now, John Soller was pissed. He wasn't gonna take nuts. So he posted a manifesto on his own website calling out David Ham and the scrupulous Ham gang for all of their
because he couldn't get his hands on any of the Bulls Balls nuts to sell on his own website, basically to steal and resell, I guess. Why would he do that in the first place? What's the point? Oh, 2008? It's not even the 90s? This happened not that long ago. Jesus.
Shenanigans.
Hard to
After
make.
getting called out by your competitor in a truly public nut bashing, David Ham would get down and dirty with it. So he would go around and leave thousands of fake reviews online, hundreds of forums, even blogs that David Ham made himself called Truck Nut Balls, Reporter 666, and even Bulls Ball Info. Now, what David was doing was he was hijacking the search results for Bulls Balls. So when anyone searched for Bulls Balls, they would pull up all of David Ham's blogs.
This should be illegal.
Negative reviews.
This should be illegal.
And John Soller's getting more pissed off. And honestly, this was a targeted harassment campaign against them, so he would release the Kraken and fight the final battle in the Great War of the Truck Nuts. So the two would duke it out in a 20,000 word, 300 comment exchange, all in the public view on ripoffreport.com. I'm not kidding, there are hundreds of comments of them two going back and forth. Calling one out for being a felon, calling one out for being a scammer, one for being a liar, one for being a cheater. We're talking hundreds of insults, bad press, and just straight up slander. It was an intense battle for two boomers online in the 2000s who barely knew how to use the web. And it was all
battle will be legendary!
Now, by 2013, this stuff was getting pretty gnarly, so a peace agreement would be signed when John and David both got their attorneys involved and sent cease and desist letters to one another, and that shut them both up. So at that point, after this war of attrition, John Soller was done. He was over it, so he decided it was time for him to step down from his nut empire, and just 1 year later, he passed away. But this war went to the death for John Hamm, because when he heard
he died a year after he quit doing truck nuts. The loss of his truck nut career killed him. He died from a broken heart, losing his nut career. That's so sad.
the news of his rival of almost 1 decade had passed away, quote verbatim, he said this: "Wow, he's dead. That's amazing."
Oh.
So what's there to be taken from this story? Who really won in the end? I'll tell you. The customer won. Because throughout their fierce business rivalry, we saw business competition improve the product, make it better, more colors, stronger,
oh, they
better
glow in the
materials,
dark.
Carbon nanotube nuts. Hell, even
Carbon
cyber truck
fiber.
nuts exist today.
Cyber
and this
nuts.
is all because of that competition fostered between John and David. Now, what's funniest about all of this is that while John and David were battling it out for this entire decade, a third company actually came in and picked up all the pieces and never got involved in the drama. And now that company is #1 in the truck nut game.
Oh,
and that
God.
company is called Moose Knuckles.
What? The Moose Knuckle truck nuts ended up being the most popular? That's bullshit. That's fucking bullshit. That is fucking bullshit. I clipped it on YouTube, Xanderhal, but it won't let me download YouTube clips. I think Cherry should be able to, so that will make it easier, but we'll see. Thank you, Lonnie. That was pretty interesting. Listen, the truck nut thing is like pretty ingrained into Floridian culture, especially where I grew up and when I grew up. Like, I saw a lot of truck nuts on the road when I was a kid, so it's actually not that surprising that it was a more like 2000s kind of popular thing and maybe early 2010s. Sad that one guy died. Like, it seemed like, I guess, of a broken heart from losing his career. What a sad ending. Jesus, real life doesn't have happy endings, I guess. Well, if you enjoyed the video, please consider subscribing, ring the bell icon, like the video. It helps out my channel, me, and the video a lot. On top of that, be sure to go watch the original video. I have it linked down below. At least go send a like, comment, or subscribe to them. They make good content, and we did react to it, so you guys should go send some support so, you know, it's not just like me stealing his content. With that said, regardless of how you support me, I really do appreciate it. Thank you all so much for watching, and have a good one. Pog. All right, we're at $58 on the dono goal. Low key, chat. Even though we've got 487 viewers right now, I don't think we're gonna hit the dono goal today. It is just crawling, you guys. You guys aren't donating enough. It's just, I don't think we're gonna hit it. I don't think we're gonna hit the Sonic Onesie stream or the Doom Eternal. I don't know, guys. You'll have to. We'll have to see. We'll have to see. Sorry, dude, we broke. Listen, I have to try, okay? I have to try. I have to try. I have to try. Okay? I just smoked a Delta 8 joint and I feel buzzed. Jesus, I wish I had a low enough tolerance that Delta 8 could make me feel buzzed. Normal weed doesn't even make me feel buzzed anymore unless I smoke a lot. Wait, Zan, completely unrelated, but I'm watching Demon Mama on my phone and you came up with an even better name for the podcast. That's... For your podcast? That's fucking amazing.
Welcome to capitalism, my dude.
You came...
Asterisk 11 penis 11 Xander has donated $5.
What was the name that you thought was better, the guy who could? What was the even better name for the podcast? Because I've had a lot of ideas. Zan, you should take a tolerance break if weed isn't affecting you, lol. All right, I don't know what you were talking about. Sorry, buddy. 11 Penis 11 Xander, thanks for the $5 donation. I appreciate that. Home Skillet said, have you seen the Vosh Demon Mama debate on anarchist medicine? There is some mega anarcho cringism from DM in that convo, not gonna lie. Yeah, I've seen it. We covered it on stream, remember? Thank you for the $5, though. That puts it at $63. Hell yeah, thank you. All right, guys. Do I watch it? Now, here's the question. The list says Jaiden Animations should be whose video we watch now. But I also have the Nafuckers and internet comment etiquette videos up, and you guys are all asking for the Jaiden Animations video, so I feel like I should maybe do the Jaiden thing last. To really keep you waiting for it. Keep you around for it, you know what I'm saying? Yeah, I've seen a bit of the Nafuckers video, and it was pretty interesting. I liked it a lot. At least what I saw of it. Jaiden's last. Yeah, we're going to do Jaiden's last. Yeah, make them wait. Yep. Make them wait. Make them wait. In the meantime, though, long ago, I was not the 6'4", Chad jawline, chiseled, shredded sex demon you see standing before you. Long ago, I was, in fact, an incel. There was a time when, despite my physical appearance not really lending to that idea, I wouldn't say I looked as good as I do now back then, but I mean, I looked okay even back in this time, where I found myself getting into a combination of situations, relationships, and content, as well as social spaces, that all kind of pushed me towards some incel-y type ideas, which thankfully kind of melted away by the time I lost my virginity when I was 18. But I do want to talk a little bit about it because it leads briefly... Oh shit, thanks, Tipster. Thank you for the $37. I assume you sent in a media share with that, so I'll check and see if there is one. But thank you, I appreciate that. Very pog. Very, very pog. It's a lot of money. Anyway, as I was saying, though, I'm not actually 6'4". I'm like... I'm probably anywhere between 5'10" and 6 foot. I'm like 5'11" or 6 foot. I don't know exactly how tall I am. I just know that I'm...
Welcome to capitalism.
I know that when I was 15...
Don't know if you've seen this yet, but thoughts? My Twitter timeline has been blowing up over it.
All I know is last time I was 15, I got a physical, and they measured my height, and I was 5'10" and a half when I was 15. And I definitely feel like I've gotten taller since then, at least a little bit. So I've just kind of had to like ballpark it. I'd guess like 5'11", 6 foot. Probably not much, probably not higher than 6 foot though. Under 6 foot equals short. Isn't what's considered short to be like under 5'10" or like 5'9"? At least for guys. Girls, like, what's considered short is like 5'5" and under, or 5'6" and under, depending on like who you're talking to. Him and Dylan are about the same height. Dylan thinks that I'm taller than him, but I think it's just because my eyes are higher up on my face than his are, and so it just seems that way, you know? Like my eyes are where his eyebrows are. I'm 6 foot. Nice, Brogan. Yeah, Lonnie's 5'2". It's very cute. Regardless, we're not getting into the whole height thing with incel. Anyway, some things happened that resulted in me feeling like women only like bad guys, like the bad boys or whatever, and that I'm just too nice of a guy. Too nice of a guy to get a girlfriend is what I thought back then. I was just too nice to women. They don't like that. That was obviously not the case, but that was the mindset that I, along with a lot of teenage boys, fell into at that time. And while I was in that sort of phase, I was scrolling through YouTube, and I stumbled across a video about that very topic by a YouTuber by the name of Internet Comment Etiquette. and I watched the video, and despite the fact that a few parts of it triggered me a bit, I thought it was really funny, and I subscribed to him and continued to watch his videos. When I subbed to him, he had probably like 1 to 200k subs. Like he was a smaller channel, like enough that he had like an audience and he was doing well, but like not big by any means. Like he wasn't a big YouTuber. Nowadays, though, he is currently at 1 million subscribers. It is absolutely phenomenal to see this guy's channel grow. I have been subbed to him for a very long time. He is by far one of my favorite YouTubers. I've already liked the video. Hey, chat, you should like my videos. See this? When I watch a YouTuber that I watch regularly and I know that I like them, I instinctively, before I even watch the video, click the like button. That's what you guys should do for my videos. Helps out the channel. All right, with that said, Internet Comment Etiquette is a fucking hilarious guy. He makes very funny videos. But on top of that, he is almost certainly left-wing, possibly a leftist. I don't know if he's a leftist. I guess he's like a sock dem or like a very progressive liberal. But he takes a dunk on tankies in this video even. Somebody in my replies on Twitter... So one of my replies on Twitter said that he makes a joke about something along the lines of it also works on communists. Like he says something about grifting and like telling lies to convince people in a narrative, and then he says it also works on communists, I think is the joke. And I think that was a jab at the tankies and the and whatnot. But yeah, very decidedly left-wing content creator, and he did a video called Woke Lord of the Rings, in which he is talking about the new Lord of the Rings, Rings of Power Amazon show that, yes, I am going to watch when it comes out. I'll see how it is. My judgment of it is being completely withheld until I actually see it and it is in front of me. Oh yeah, Lonnie also got free merch from Internet Comment Etiquette because she won a giveaway. It was pretty pog. It was like a Halloween merch giveaway type thing. Like if you made a couple of memes about him, you could win a giveaway, and I think she won some merch. It's pretty pog. Lonnie's really good at Photoshop, so she made some really good memes. Anyway, with that said, he did a video talking about it. Now, the way that he does videos is a little bit ironic and satirical, not in the way that I think most of you guys would be used to. So if this is your first time watching an Internet Comment Etiquette video, do not worry. It is very, very funny. Yeah, we're going to go ahead and watch it. I think that he makes... There's some things I want to comment on in this video, and I think it'll be a fun time. So yeah, let's go ahead and hop right into it. Obviously, I dropped the original video link into the replies here, or into the comment or chat here, so that you guys can go drop some support on the original video. Please go do that. Please drop a like, comment, all that on the original video, even if you don't like stick around and watch it. Just giving some engagement to it kind of makes up for the fact that I'm reacting to it without your viewership directly benefiting him. So just, yeah, go give a like, okay? Anyway, let's go ahead and watch the video and enjoy.
I'm Eric, your host, and this is the only show that teaches you to be proper and respectful in comment boxes around the world. Now, in today's lesson, we're going to learn to complain about what...
Wait, Lonnie, do we have any orange juice? If we do, could you make me a cup? I'm really thirsty for some. I'm actually just really thirsty, period.
Wokeness in our favorite TV shows and movies. Hey, did you hear the new Lord of the Rings is woke? The Lord of the Rings, the Rings of Power, teaser trailer, Prime Video. I better only see white people in this.
True.
Oh, what?
Oh no.
What the? Is that a black elf? That wasn't in the book.
Oh no.
Oh, no, this is too woke. Who is that? Is that Gafandriel? Ganondorf? Whatever. They got her all wrong.
I will say, my favorite thing about all the reactionaries complaining about this like trailer and it being woke and all that, and saying this isn't faithful to Tolkien's vision or whatever. None of them at all. When this trailer first dropped and I watched their reaction videos and their first like things, none of them were able to tell that this was Galadriel. None of them could remember her name or connect the dots. And I'm not saying that like if you couldn't tell this new actress, younger character who, yes, could be like, you know, once you know she's Galadriel, you're like, oh yeah, she is. But you wouldn't necessarily immediately assume it. But like, you'd think that these avowed Tolkien fans who care so much about Tolkien's original vision would at the very least be able to recognize one of the most important characters in all of Arnor. That's the world that Lord of the Rings takes place on, the planet. Like you'd think that like they'd recognize her, right? Recognize this time period, the story they're adapting, who this character probably is based on context. Like you'd think they'd know enough about this original vision to at least criticize it effectively and know what this is if it is such a defilement of it. Because that's always what I've been hearing. Like, well, you'll see yourself.
Ganondorf, whatever. They got her all wrong. All right, well, this show's gonna suck, and I bet there's a bunch of normies in the comment section just waiting for me to come down there and argue with them. Evil is not capable of creating anything new. It can only distort and destroy what has been invented. Evil is not capable of creating anything new. Evil is not capable of creating anything new. It can only distort and destroy what has been invented. Evil is not capable of creating anything new. Evil is not capable of creating anything new. Evil cannot create, it can only corrupt. J.R. Tolkien said that. And then here's another quote. I'm not reading it, and they got his name wrong. Damn, couldn't find.
These are the people that are calling you an NPC. I need to make this so abundantly clear. These are the people calling you NPCs. One second.
That's the only. I'll get you some oranges, but yeah, we're out of oranges.
Okay, shut the door. Thank you. I love you, babe. Thank you, baby. Lonnie made me Sprite. Oh, scoot. Scoop de whoop. I'm scooting.
Find any normies. They must all be hiding because they know this show is gonna suck balls. Well, here's a little trick. If you can't find any normies to argue with, just make one up and argue with that. I never read any of these books because I like to put my penis inside women, but after watching this minute-long trailer, I can say without a doubt this show has nothing to do with the source material and will bomb harder than Louis C.K. alone in a hotel room with a woman who doesn't want to see him jack off. It makes me sick how all you normies see shit like this and scream, yes, we stand representation in Middle-earth. I miss the old days when a black child could sit down and not see a single person on screen who looks like them. And that was okay. Let's not forget this is how Middle-earth was in the books, so why can't we just keep it completely white cast because of a 100-year-old book? You know what, actually, I think one of the dragons may have been Chinese, which I agree is racist, and I'm glad they fixed it by casting Scarlett Johansson as the voice. Anyway, I gotta go yell at my wife for throwing away my Jordan Peterson Funko Pop. Peace out, you stupid woke normie bitches. Also, why didn't they just use the eagles to drop the rings into lava? And Bilbo's. Alright, well, strap in, pussies, because today we got a...
That is the inspiration for some of the comments I've left on some conservative videos, if you can't tell. Yeah. He's pretty fucking funny, dude. I love his videos. This is, like, more of the type of videos I want to see, like, lefty content creators making. Imagine if lefty content creators made content as irreverent and, like, I don't give a shit feeling as this. Because that's what the right has going for them, right? When they make videos, they're able to play it off as like, heh, I don't give a shit. Let's just relax, sit back, and watch these crazies, am I right? That's the way they sort of play it off. Well, like lefties, when like a lefty makes a video, it's like, all right, buckle down, turn on your brain, you're about to learn for an hour and a half and watch a boring video essay. Like, that's almost always, you know, like the difference there. And I would love to see videos with a format almost exactly like this, but more overtly political, like focused on responding to specific videos from a creator. That would be really good content. Like, really good.
A lot of woke Lord of the Rings to talk about. Also, did you know in the original trilogy, Viggo Mortensen broke his toe because he kicked an orc helmet and it was really heavy and it broke his toe? And they left it in the movie and it's why he was yelling like that, because it was a genuine scream of pain. Did you know that? That's not woke. That's badass. Did you know that?
Anyone who is here for the Lord of the Rings watch parties in the Discord server knows all of the Lord of the Rings trivia, okay? I said all these things to everybody when we were watching through Lord of the Rings. Don't worry, you all know this. I'd argue by dismissing these chuds, he is making a left-wing video, Xanderhal. I'd argue by dismissing these chuds, he is making a left-wing video. I don't know what you mean, Austin Lefty. This is a left-wing video. What I mean is the sort of flagrant disregard that he has for, like, at least it seems like he doesn't give a shit if people care that, like, he disagrees with them. So it comes off a lot better than, like, when lefties get really sincere in video essays, I feel like, you know? But yeah.
Now, I hold Lord of the Rings very close to my heart. I feel very protective of the original vision of Peter Jackson and whoever wrote the book. That's why when I heard the Lord of the Rings was woke now, I went straight to my man, the Quartering. Yeah, this dude complains about woke shit all the time. He gets it. If you go to his channel and search for woke, you can see just how much he complains about wokeness. There's got to be
search Brie Larson.
Thousands of videos here. Now, I could sit here and complain about woke Lord of the Rings all day, but I would never be able to do it like this guy.
Lord of the Rings woke backfire as Amazon's show gets busted lying about fans.
All right, now pay close attention to how he does this. And
how I understand Tolkien, the author, is he wasn't a huge fan of allegory, and that the things that he wrote were pretty much at face value, but now...
Holy shit. Holy shit. Am I just, like, aggressively right all the time? How many times have I been saying for the last few days that conservatives are literally incapable of analyzing meaning from art? They can only view it at face value and as, like, entertainment or power fantasy or escapism. How many times have I been saying that lately? And now he's just outright admitting it. Oh yeah, Tolkien, the author of Lord of the Rings, oh yeah, no allegory, no messages. He was very in your face and upfront, very face value with everything that this story had to offer. Holy shit. I am just unapologetically correct. No wonder lefties hate me so much.
Now, apparently we've gone so far around the circle that Tolkien is described as being woke.
All right, well, I know what you're saying. You're saying, oh, he's just reading other people's tweets.
Oh, by the way, Tolkien absolutely, like, would be considered woke nowadays by the people that complain about, like the Quartering, right? Like, do you think that the scene, you think you could make Return of the King today? Do you think you could actually make Lord of the Rings Return of the King today, have it come out, and be a beloved, memorable third movie to the trilogy? No, you couldn't. Because conservatives online would have turned the scene where Éowyn kills the Witch King into literally, like, an absolute fucking internet shitstorm, to the extent where, and let's be real, bandwagoning's a real thing, where people decide that a certain piece of media is bad, just because enough people have said it's bad. And this has started to happen a lot when it comes to political or any media that has some political controversy around it, where the right will, like, endlessly shill about how bad a piece of media is going to be because it is, like, progressive or has diversity or seems woke.
Welcome to capitalism, Medusa.
And then people just kind of go with it and are like, oh, I guess it sounds bad, because that's what they keep hearing and then never give it a chance. I need to fix my alerts. What is going on here? Alerts. I missed that dono. Damn. Hold on, give me a second, chat. Okay. Ooh, thank you for the $5. I appreciate that. Very kind of you. My friend said, don't know if you've seen this yet, but thoughts? My Twitter timeline has been blowing up over it. I'll look at that in a little bit. Netlux TV, thank you for the extra $5. Really appreciate that. My friend said, nothing, but did send a media share video. All right, thank you. Okay, so that puts us at 110 on the dono goal. Hell yeah. Hey, chat. Let me visualize this for you guys. Look how close you are to the onesie stream. Visualize it. Visualize it.
And articles and barely providing his own content.
If you still think Ian McKellen is the worst, that Catholic Tolkien would have never approved, I beg you to read more of Tolkien's books and letters. He was...
No, I think Return of the King, if released today, would have been like a universal failure of a movie. Unironically, I think that if Return of the King had returned today, it would have been a universal failure because conservatives would have shrieked and read about... wait, why does he have... he has a file saved on his Chrome there called nicolol.np4. Reminds me of the time when his Reddit, like when his search bar autofilled to forced cream pie Reddit, or Reddit forced cream pie. That was my favorite. He was streaming and his fucking search bar autofilled Reddit forced cream pie.
Woke. He was woke, huh? Stood against hate, embraced all cultures in life and fiction. It's why his books are translated in every language. He was woke?
And yeah, that is his thing, but it doesn't matter because he's so anti-woke. And you could do this too. All you got to do is record yourself reacting to news stories with the most garden variety level of cynicism imaginable.
True.
And anyone who even slightly agrees with you will come running like you're an oasis of truth.
True.
Oh, and by the way, this also works on communists.
We can't know for sure what Token would say or do because he's not around to prove us right.
He's 100% right, though. Like, he's 100% right about the left online being just as bad as the right when it comes to this. Like, there is just a ridiculous amount of, like, grifting and just playing to the masses just as much as on the right, but we're just correct is the issue. We're just correct. It's just that, like, those people are correct for the wrong reasons. So we kind of have to argue against them in anyway, even if we do agree on most things. Zan, what's this guy's YouTube channel again? Internet Comment Etiquette. Here, let me drop the link. I've been watching this channel since I was 14 or 15, I'd say. That's how long I've been watching this channel. He originally went viral because of a video of him in his car smoking salvia, and then later he appeared on a few episodes of It's Always Sunny in Philadelphia as like a cameo guest.
Anti-woke. And you could do this too. All you got to do is record yourself reacting to news stories with the most garden variety level of cynicism imaginable, and anyone who even slightly agrees with you will come running like you're an oasis of truth. Oh, and by the way, this also works on communists.
We can't know for sure what Token would say or do because he's not around to prove us right or wrong.
Imagine being so insecure with yourself that you have to go around claiming that someone you never met who died before you were even born would agree with you if they were still alive.
Technically, as a linguist, Tolkien would have absolutely hated the woke movement restructuring language with a cudgel.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure Tolkien stood against everything the crazies fight for.
Tolkien was a Catholic and was basically a libertarian. He wanted people to be able to live out in the countryside without government interference. These wokists are insane.
They don't know.
Yes. Tolkien, who was very fond of the countryside. Yes, that is what inspired the English countryside is what inspired the Shire in the Lord of the Rings. He considered that to be, to him at least, basically the most idyllic way to live, like in his mind, like sort of out in the middle of the English country, middle of nowhere, little hobbit village type thing, kind of a paradise, right? And I mean, let's be real. While, yes, they did not make the Shire in the hills of England, they made it in New Zealand. If the zombie apocalypse ever happens, you better believe the location I'm going to establish my survival community or whatever in the post-apocalypse will be the set of the Shire in New Zealand. And we will all live in hobbit houses, and yeah, it's gonna be dope. Can this I got like a little fucking gnat that came into my... Oh, I got it. Holy shit, I'm goated. Goated on the dicks. I'd live as a hobbit, TBH. I'd absolutely live as a hobbit. I'd love to be a hobbit.
Know what they're talking about, plain and simple. Okay. My favorite Tolkien quote is, "I don't write books for black dudes, and if you ever call me woke, I'll rise from the grave and tell Barbara Walters what Gandalf really did with those hobbits." So in his own words, the man was never woke, and this smear campaign to make him look woke is bullshit. Quick shout out to my man Quartering for cornering the market on calling out woke Hollywood. Not sure if what you do is important or necessary, but you're definitely the man for the job. No complaints here. Also, not a compliment. Anyway, did you guys know that in Fellowship of the Ring, when the main bad guy orc throws the knife at Viggo Mortensen, the actor playing the orc accidentally threw a real knife, and Viggo Mortensen deflected it anyway with his sword? Just a little Lord of the Rings trivia from before Amazon filled it with immigrants and lesbians. Yo, keep it up, Quartering. Can't wait to see you cover the new woke remake of Rent and Tom Bombaberry. That's not his name. But it's not just popular YouTubers taking dumps on the new woke Lord of the Rings. Even YouTubers that no one has heard of are pointing out how much this show's gonna suck. Amazon's Lord of the Rings is woke garbage by who cares?
But we also have the modern injection.
I met this guy in real life. I met this guy in real life in Texas, and I think I debated with him, right? Yeah, I debated with him about the systemic racism thing, right? On stage. Dude, I'm fucking howling. Holy shit. I can't believe a guy that I met in person a month ago is getting, like a month and a half maybe ago, is getting roasted by internet comment etiquette right now. That shit is hilarious.
Of politics and woke nonsense into the series. Get a load of this article that's all excited, hyped about how multicultural this series is going to be, because it's finally going to break ground. And
I guarantee internet comment etiquette has watched your content, Xanderhal. I really hope he has. He doesn't follow me on Twitter. I follow him. I hope I get the follow one day. I mean, at this point, like, there's a certain threshold you meet on Twitter specifically where, like, you're followed by so many large YouTubers and figures that the fact that, like, when other large figures and YouTubers see that they follow you, it almost guarantees, it almost certainly guarantees a like a follow and some interaction as a content creator. Just got to keep on getting those follows. Getting to know new people and stuff. It's Pog. Oh, the Sexy Uncle Dave account follows you, which is also him. That account might follow me. I don't know.
And give us some black hobbits.
Yeah, this is just about the only kind of content that I consume anymore, because everything else is too woke. So I'm just left with people complaining about wokeness.
So there are black and Asian and brown and even Mario types.
Mario types? What?
Mario types? Mario? Mario?
Wait.
Oh,
yeah, Maori. Yeah.
Okay.
Whatever types within it.
Cool. Yeah. Why would you leave that in the video?
One time on the set of the...
Okay, listen, okay? You better fucking believe if I knew that this guy didn't know how to pronounce Maori during our debate, I would have called him the fuck out for it, okay? Listen... Does it maybe? Does it? I love being right.
This movie, they had a stunt knife thrower.
Oh, no, we already know about this.
So when he went to fling the knife...
Yes, he deflected a real knife. We all know.
He deflected the knife and the shot is in the movie.
No, we all know about this. As soon as I heard there was going to be a Black Hobbit, I knew it would suffer the same fate as Star Wars, having black people in it. Viggo also fractured his foot on that...
Okay, that is pretty fucking dope, though. Like, low-key, the fact that this was real, the fact that the stunt actor... Because this shot, the orc is... in this shot, he's throwing a fake knife. Because this is a different shot. In the shot where it cuts here and shows the orc throwing the knife and then Aragorn deflecting it, that is the shot where the person throwing it accidentally threw a real knife instead of a stunt knife, a stunt throwing knife, and the actor Viggo Mortensen, who was playing Aragorn, deflected it in real time. That was pretty fucking dope. The fact that it was one take, he could have gotten pretty badly hurt if he didn't deflect it, because it was gonna hit him and probably stab him pretty badly, and that it was good enough to keep in the movie. That is pretty dope. The fact that Lord of the Rings has so many scenes like that, I feel like is an extra, like the sprinkles on top of a perfect, like a perfect sundae.
As soon as
Look at that shit. That was fucking cool.
Heard there was going to be a Black Hobbit,
I knew it would suffer the same fate as Star Wars, having black people in it. Vigo also fractured his foot on that scene where they presume Merry and Pippin were dead and he kicks the orc helmet.
Yeah, we all fucking know. Oh, Marone, I don't appreciate you talking about us Mario types. Yeah, so what, we're all Italian plumbers? You gotta put us in a box because of that? With your words? You gonna call us Mario types like we're all just types of one guy? My name's Lorenzo, by the way, you fucking piece of shit. I ought to hang you off a construction site. Unbelievable. I'm sorry. I got heated. Oh, and listen, this is a message for any of my employees trying to unionize. Think twice. I know you guys like to watch these anti-woke bullshit videos, and I'm letting you know, I'll put you down a pipe you never jump back out of with your fist up and shit like we all do, yelling wahoo or whatever. No unions. Unions are woke. And Gargamel. All right, well, hey, let me show you guys what a not woke Lord of the Rings would look like. But also, it's an ad for today's sponsor, nordpass.com/bigmoney. Aha!
Normally, I would skip the sponsored segments of a video, but Internet Common Etiquette makes some of, if not the best sponsored segments on YouTube, besides maybe Internet Historian. So we're actually going to watch it because it's pretty funny. And I've seen the sponsored segment already, and I got a really funny joke from it that I posted on Twitter.
Welcome to my domain, weary knowledge seekers. I am the NordPass Wizard, and I'm here to tell you about NordPass.com/bigmoney. Right now at NordPass.com/bigmoney, use coupon code BIGMONEY for huge savings on a 2-year plan plus 1 month free. Do you wish for pain-free logins while shopping online? Well, NordPass stores all of your passwords in a secure vault, accessed only by a single master password. Mwah. Your data is encrypted on your device before it reaches NordPass servers for backup and sync.
God, I finally have time to play video games. I don't remember any of my passwords.
Sucks for you, bitch.
Oh, no!
Can I tell you guys something really sad? I've been so busy for the last week. It's been a week since I even played Elden Ring. God. Being busy sucks. Adulting sucks.
Oh, you shall not pass!
With the power of NordPass.com/bigmoney, I can autofill any password with a single click.
I just use the same password for everything so I don't forget.
You shall not pass too!
Whoa, this user-friendly NordPass app is the tits! Thanks, NordPass Wizard.
NordPass.com/bigmoney is brought to you by the same cybersecurity experts behind NordVPN. Uh-oh, what happened to him?
Is he dead?
I may have zapped him too hard. Okay, well, I'm away. Goodbye, little Frodo with a vagina in the front instead of the back.
What?
Go to NordPass.com/bigmoney and see all of the features for yourself. Mwah. Generate powerful passwords and share them securely without putting your credentials at risk. Take your password security seriously today. Heed my warning, as I am the NordPass Wizard, and you shall NordPass!
NordPass.com/bigmoney for huge savings on a 2-year plan plus 1 month free.
All right, now where are the hobbits? I fuck them. I fuck the hobbits.
Man, I can't stop watching this Lord of the Rings trailer to find new woke shit to complain about. Like, they're turning Garbaniel into a girl boss. Gadondril. Ah, fuck, I don't know her name at all, but that's why we got to turn to an expert. Well, an expert who can complain about wokeness. Woke Amazon Lord of the Rings gives us black, brown, Asian, and Maori hobbits. Yeah, I have every problem in the world with that.
No way. Is it
great?
No fucking way. It's Arch Warhammer. Oh my god. Dude. This video just keeps getting better and fucking better. Holy shit.
Big thing.
You can see his recommended. He's got H Bomber guy there and folding ideas. You know. Oh yeah, and then I'm pretty sure that name is dead naming. I don't even know. Just Arch, we don't claim him.
In fantasy television is already guaranteed to be more occupied with the race and ethnicity of its
the race and the ethnicity
characters than actually,
This guy's actually German, by the way. He's not even really British. He's actually doing a complete... He's not just like a British guy exaggerating a British accent like Sargon. He's German and faking a British accent that is really exaggerated for his videos to make him sound smarter. That is fucking hysterical to me.
Telling
He's Norwegian,
a good
sorry.
fantasy story. A story.
Norwegian, not German, sorry.
Ah, yes.
All the
that
same, though.
distant tertiary concern to making sure that we have enough black, Asian, brown, and Maori hobbits.
You see, nobody talks like that unless
hobbits.
they know they're right. Otherwise, you just sound like a fat...
We're called Harefoots, not hobbits. They're different that type of hobbits, you see. We're multicultural hobbits. We're a tribe, not a race.
Yeah, I was about to say, there's always been like multiple types of hobbits. This isn't like a new thing.
Hobbits were one of the 3 breeds of hobbits, along with Stors and Fallowhides. Yeah, you know what? They don't actually look super white.
At this point, there is no such thing as a hobbit anymore. The hobbits don't exist. What we have is modern day people cosplaying as hobbits. We have modern day black people, Asians, brown, and Maoris walking around with hairy shoes on, pretending to be hobbits.
Hold up.
Sir, you know The Lord of the Rings is a fiction story, right? Arch, when you were a kid, did you go into the library and walk in to the non-fiction section and somebody had accidentally put Lord of the Rings there, so you were like, okay, read it and you thought it was real? Is that what's happening here? Modern day black people, Lamau? I know. We're having a fantastic time. We're having a great time. Yes, he seems to think hobbits are real. Terminally online. This guy's career just crumbled. It is hilarious. Nat the Christian, thanks for the $2 super chat, says, does Sargon actually exaggerate his accent for fuck's sake? Yeah, he does, yeah. When Sargon talks like normally while he's playing a video game, he just talks like a normal British person. The like poshness of his accent only comes out during debates or videos when he's trying to sound smart and make people take him seriously. Yeah, of course. Yeah, if you're British and you can like play into the poshness of a British accent, Americans will like eat that shit up and think you're smart just because of that. That's all you need. Like for Americans to think you're smart is just have to have kind of a posh sounding British accent.
There's Asian hobbits? That's where I draw the line.
It's like seeing a bunch of random white people in a Zulu movie wearing traditional African garb. Like, they're just standing there with their cowhide shields and their little impy spears. It's just like, yes, fellow blacks, hello.
All right, man, whatever, that sounds good. So here's how you leave a comment to agree with somebody about their stance on wokeness. Nice shit, dude. I also can't stand how woke everything is now. The other day, I was telling a joke to my buddy and somebody filmed it on their phone and got me canceled for my daycare job. Now, granted, I was telling a joke about how I make the babies fight and invite a bunch of biker dudes over to watch. And when police investigated me, they found that, yeah, I also do that in real life. I was taking home $250,000 per month getting these babies roided up and punching each other in the face while every Hell's Angel chapter in the tri-state area cheered on. They were the best years of my life until I got canceled. Yeah, the feds busted in the door and canceled everyone in the building. I only got out because I turned state's witness on the spot. I lost the trust of everyone I loved, put them all in jail, and now I live under a new name in the constant fear that at any moment a motorcycle could pull up and end my life. But hey, it could be worse. Black Panther could have been a woman. And post. Okay, so who else is complaining about this 1 minute long trailer? Racist Lord of the Rings fans calling Rings of Power woke. Toxic fandoms. What? I'm not racist, and Jews run the world.
Also, I absolutely need to preface this by saying massive trigger warning. Some of these comments are just downright racist, and I know that can be hard for people to see because, well, it should be hard to see.
I think this Turf Nation guy is like, I think he's cool. I think this guy's like a lefty, it seems. Racist Lord of the Rings fans calling Ring of Power woke toxic fandoms. Yeah, this is clearly like a lefty video.
Racism really should have no place in our society.
No. This is virtue signaling. This guy's probably more racist than me.
Why are they black? There is no black people in Lord of the Rings.
Oh, sick. He's about to do my job for me. I'm just gonna lay back.
This will be unwatchable.
Meanwhile, I'm gonna show comments from his video. Dude, you did such a good job at not understanding why people are mad. Haha, it's not about racism.
Dude, the funniest fucking shit that I experience as a lefty YouTuber, every single video that I upload will be like me responding to a video, and I'll acknowledge like all the arguments and everything, and I'll give examples to show like what, like here's a good example. Like when I did the Scott Cawthon video, right? And throughout the Scott Cawthon video, talking about him donating to like anti-LGBT politicians and whatnot, thousands and thousands of dollars, tens of thousands of dollars. People, like I said multiple times, I don't think he should be harassed. I don't think he should be swatted or doxxed or anything like that. I just think this is like kind of shitty, and it's fine if people don't like that he did it. And then that video proceeded to get brigaded by Scott Cawthon Five Nights at Freddy's fans, who responded with comments very much like this. They just completely missed the point. It's almost like they only watched the first 5 seconds of the video, or like they watched it with shitty internet, so they only saw like a quarter of the video because it was like skipping or buffering constantly. It's really hard to tell, but yeah, you just get a lot of dumb comments from conservatives that are so stupid. You're puzzled for a minute to think how somebody could comment something so dumb on your video. And the sad thing is too, like it'll get a lot of likes. You know, something as dumb as this will get like 180 likes in your comment section because a lot of dumb people have come to brigade the video. That's life on YouTube as a large, or life on YouTube as a moderate-sized lefty creator.
There are also the people who post memes of Ryan Gosling being cast as Martin Luther King Jr.
Okay, racists exist. Now address the rest of us that just don't think multi-billion-dollar multinational companies should be talking down to us and fixing decades-old artworks. It's pretty simple. Blah, 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 blah. I didn't read that shit. End post.
Then there's also this one. Honestly, can't imagine being this ignorant. Like, there really must be no awareness of the world around them whatsoever. Memes are supposed to be funny, but this is just a way of spreading hateful opinions.
I don't feel the need to consider that because he was virtue signaling the whole time.
Really shouldn't matter. And I thought we were mostly getting there, but comments like these just remind us that there's still so far.
Stop trying to replace white people in our art and literature. White, gray eyes, blonde, white hair, platinum blonde hair, blue eyes, blonde hair, green eyes, brown hair, brown eyes, red hair, brown eyes, brown hair. And then you've got like some black people here who have like different colored brown eyes, and they've got like dark brown hair or black hair, and it says white diversity because people like this don't know what diversity means. Diversity doesn't mean when a room is filled with nothing but black people. The conservatives actually think, the left thinks, that diversity is when you have a room and it's filled with nothing but non-white people. Like, if you had a room that was filled with nothing but black people, conservatives think, lefties think that is what diversity is. What lefties actually think diversity is when you have an environment, a space, or a culture in which people from all sorts of different backgrounds and identities and races and what have you exist together. So diversity would be like this entire chart and then a bunch more all stacked on top of each other. That would be diversity, and then white would just be this. I'm sure you could get a couple of other combinations, maybe, but still. Like, they don't even know what the word diversity means.
Far to go.
Nope, that's a straw man.
However, people like these are luckily a dying breed. It's a slow process, but at least we're making progress.
That's Occam's razor.
We're calling out these people, so don't lose all hope yet. The racists shall not pass.
That's a lost cause fallacy.
Listen, if you really don't want black people in Lord of the Rings, then just don't watch this new show.
Nope, classic Abigail's promise right there. Eva is not capable of creating anything new. It can only distort and destroy what has been invented or made by the forces of good. Okay, well guys, here's the most important part about complaining about wokeness. You gotta learn how to deal with the normies. Watch this. I don't know where you get off calling me racist, pal, just because I want to see not a single person of color in my Lord of Rings Amazon series. Look, I have a very clear image in my head of what this world looks like, and it's all white people. You understand? Is that racist? I don't think so. If we're gonna turn Middle Earth into one big melting pot, how long until there's no white people left in Rivendell? Next thing you know, we're gonna have LGBTQ representation in a flagship show for a gigantic streaming service that uses algorithmic data to cater their content towards the largest demographic possible. Well, whatever. I guess I just don't understand. The whole thing's a losing battle. Once you go woke, it's just a twisted spiral downward into the abyss, where you can't say or show anything. But hey, at least Scooby-Doo is still all white. God bless them. And Khaleesi. Great. Well, we did it. Thanks to Amazon, we finally all have something to complain about for many years to come. Complain about wokeness. Complain about cast members having sex with the same sex as they are. Black people. We have all of this to complain about and more for the next many, many years. So big shout out to Amazon. Their new show, The Lord of the Rings of Power, premieres on September 2nd. Tune in right here where I will give an episode-by-episode breakdown of all the wokeness, but also where we're at in the story so far, so you don't miss a beat. Again, go to Amazon, Lord of the Rings of Power.
Even this little outro bit is such a good parody of the average, like, that's not true, by the way. He's not actually going to do that. But even the outro here is like a parody of like the quartering and conservative like grift YouTubers that do that. They're like, yeah, well, this show's gonna suck. Anyway, when it comes out, be sure to stop by here and watch my, like, they'll spend the whole like video saying it sucks, I'm not gonna watch it, it's gonna suck, I'm not gonna watch it. Anyway, I am gonna watch it to review it. If you want to see me talk about how woke and shitty it is, and also, you know, summarize what's going on, then make sure to subscribe and watch my, because they got a shill at the end. That's what he's making fun of there.
Premiering September 2nd. You're not going to want to miss it. Also, did you know that Viggo Mortensen used to hike to set every day with his costume on, and including his sword, because he thought it would make him more authentically travel-worn? Did you know that? Did you know that? Big money is here. Hey there, folks. Come on over to Neon Gris.
Okay, I think I killed another fly. Why are there flies in here? Did I leave, like, the window open or something? Anyway. They're like, there's little gnat flies. Weird. Anyway, yeah. This channel goes hard as fuck, okay? If you're not watching Internet Comment Etiquette, you're missing out. Go fucking subscribe. I feel like that was more or less the best shilling for his channel I could possibly give. Anyway, if you enjoyed this video, please consider leaving a like, subscribe, ring the bell icon, follow me on my social media, all linked down below, including my Instagram, Twitter, Facebook, TikTok, and of course my fan Discord where you can, you know, talk to me, play video games, people, we do watch parties, all sorts of cool stuff. And finally, of course, if you want to support me financially, you can donate, subscribe, or gift a sub over my website, or you can support me financially through YouTube, Twitch, Streamlabs, or Patreon. No matter how you support me, I really do appreciate it. Thank you so much for watching, and have a good one. A lot of segments today. A lot of segments. We having a good time. Lol, Scooby-Doo is brown? Okay. When people make, like, the implication that Scooby-Doo is, like, POC coded, it comes off weird to me because, like, isn't comparing black people to dogs something that Nazis do? It comes off as a little on the nose and weird to me. Like, there's nothing POC coded about Scooby-Doo in my mind. I don't know why people keep saying that. Well, I'm checking Twitter. I'm scrolling through my notifications. God, I get so many goddamn notifications on Twitter. All right. I was hoping there'd be something like relevant. I don't know why I check my Twitter notifications, if I'm being honest. There's never anything like there to see usually. Like very rarely is there anything like there to see that's where, well, because Scooby sounds like booby. So yeah, it's censored. I don't know, Wingo. Listen, it's so I can make money, okay? YouTube is very, 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 very harsh on demonetization, okay? We gotta pay the bills, all right? I'm trying to save up for a lot of things I would like to one day have, such as a house or a car. Or insurance. By the way, I made Jaiden queer with my psychic powers. Dope. We didn't decide what's censored. It's the same on all the White Leaf sites now. Yeah, it's on Vosh's site too. Sorry if I tag if there's anything you might be interested in covering. Sorry, I tag you if I see anything you might be interested in covering. I don't know. There's nothing wrong with that. Just usually it's like I look out for people challenging me to debates or like I don't know, like if I'm getting a DM or anything like that. It's usually what I look for. But rarely am I getting a DM from anybody or like am I getting called out to debate or directly being referred to. Boobs, Pog T. Okay. Next segment is going to be Pog as fucking hell, all right? Listen, I know I haven't really been... I haven't really been doing much coverage of Russia and Ukraine, and in large part, that has to do with the fact that... well, if I'm being honest, it's depressing. It's really depressing. It really is. It's fucking depressing. Like, it's literally me sitting there for hours and hours on end looking at cameras and going over news reports and just thinking about all the possible worst scenarios that could go down at any given moment. And it's basically like when good things are happening, which is nothing, it's boring. And when it's not boring, it's because bad things are happening. You know, it's not the most enjoyable content to stream. I have still been talking about events as they unfold, but I don't know how much worth there is in doing live coverage at the moment. Maybe I'll resume it if it seems more appropriate, like if attacks around the center of Kyiv seem to really pick up and it's just like, fuck, we need to be on this shit. Maybe then I will, but so far it seems like Ukraine's doing a decent enough job of holding the Russians back from most major cities, at least the ones in which we've seen, most of the bulking down of Ukrainian forces. Mariupol, Mariupol's suffering, but Mariupol was not that well defended to begin with, from my understanding, right? Was Mariupol ever like there's no way Mariupol is as well as defended as Kharkiv or Kiev, right? Or even Lviv. Lviv seems to be more well-armed and prepared than Mariupol was. And Lviv was literally, far from any of the fighting for weeks. A couple weeks. All right. As you all know, the world is descending into chaos right now as Russia continues their invasion of the sovereign country of Ukraine. It is not good. Russia is not justified. We've gone through this a million times. It's not important. However, what is important is how the people who are not part of the government are being affected by this, both on the Russian side and on the Ukrainian side. Now, obviously, the Ukrainian civilians have it worse. However, Putin is a fascist. And just because Russian citizens, even ones that support Putin, are living under a fascist regime does not mean they are not victims of a fascist regime. Which is very much what's happened here. I do believe that Putin's a fascist. I think that he checks off enough of the boxes for me. And regardless, he's an authoritarian, and he doesn't need to be a fascist to disagree with or to take issue with, but I do think that he is one. With that said, a lot of people in Russia are getting hit with some negative effects of living in Russia during all of this. The only way the West has really been able to retaliate against Russia and try to disincentivize them from continuing their invasion of Ukraine, their illegal invasion of Ukraine, is to put sanctions on Russia. And the problem with sanctions is that they don't really affect like Putin or any of the people making these decisions. They affect the people. And Putin's basically in this position now where either he can give way to the West and stop his invasion of Ukraine to stop the sanctions and help his people, or he can just say, well, I'm not being affected by it, and keep pushing for this invasion, and either use propaganda to make his supporting base steadfast and willing to be okay with this financial ruin the country is facing in exchange for, you know, rebuilding the USSR if that's what it takes, or best case scenario, this results in the Russian people turning on Vladimir Putin because they recognize that their well-being is far from being his top priority. It'll be interesting to see, but in the meantime, Russia has been getting sanctioned to hell, which has resulted in the ruble, the Russian currency, dropping in value by a, like, astonishing degree, to the extent that the Russian government put in place a rule in which, like, 80% of your paycheck, if made in non-rubles, would have to be converted into rubles by the end of the month, and then each month afterwards you would be required to turn your USD, euros, whatever you get paid in, if you say you're a YouTuber, for example, into rubles, which sucks because rubles are worth nothing right now. A gallon of milk costs like 1,000 rubles or something like that. It's actually fucking insane. It's actually way more than 1,000, but yeah, you get the idea. With that said, companies like YouTube are also really like kind of tightening the noose, and it's looking like they're going to completely ban like Russian users from being on YouTube. So popular left-wing, and I do believe he's left-wing. He literally did a video where he was debating a Nazi, the Nazi Soph girl. You guys know the one? NFKRZ did a video called I Left Russia. I haven't seen it yet. I've seen a little bit of it, but not all of it. I saw like the first couple minutes and I was like, whew, I need to save this for stream. But yeah, apparently he left Russia. So let's go ahead and hear what he has to say about it. I'm not going to talk too much over this. Does NFKRZ follow me? I think he follows me on Twitter. I'm almost certain he follows me on Twitter. I think he's seen... Does he have a Twitter? He's banned from Twitter, so he doesn't have one. Only Instagram, but Instagram is blocked in Russia now. Okay.
Asterisk Philly cheesesteak asterisk has donated $10.
Philly cheesesteak, thanks for the $10. Holy shit, that's very kind of you, my friend. Puts us at 120. Said money for the drugs and alcohol. Love you and the crew. Cheers, dog. One parasocial boy. Thank you, Philly cheesesteak, and thank you for the drugs and alcohol money. I don't really buy alcohol, but I will buy drugs. In that, I mean weed. I will buy weed and food with it, though. I will buy weed and food. Yes, I killed one. Killed another one, chat. Thank you. All right, let's watch the video.
Your favorite neighborhood Russian. Hi guys, today welcome to a
That was absurdly loud.
brand new video. In today's video, guys, welcome to the beautiful city of Tbilisi, Georgia. Yes, guys, that is correct. I'm currently in Tbilisi, the capital of Georgia, for an extended vacation. Let's just call it that for now, I guess. But yeah, I've been here for a bit. This is like my 4th proper day here. And yeah, last days have been super hectic, and also the weather was ass. But finally, I'm getting to record this video. Basically, yes, the title of this video is not clickbait. I have actually left Russia. I don't know for how long. I don't know how well this is gonna go, but I did. Oh, I thought that was a Russian flag for a second there. Almost got me spooked. Because that's not the flag you see a lot on the streets of Georgia, and I understand it. I guess one thing that you guys are gonna ask me immediately is why I left Russia and why I specifically came to Georgia, I guess. And honestly, there's a ton of reasons. Well, first of all, I would say that my main reason for, making the decision to leave Russia is the fact that, well, I'm pretty sure, at this point, I'm like 99.9% sure that YouTube in Russia is probably gonna be banned within the next couple of weeks. And obviously, I'm a YouTuber, so that is a big concern for me. Another fact.
It is insane that Russia at this point is about to just inevitably lose all access to YouTube. Every Russian YouTuber is about to lose their job. It's actually insane. Every Russian YouTuber, from like the popular big ones that are rich to the ones that are just getting started to the ones that are whose careers are just getting off the ground because of this war, their careers are now over. They will never be able to be a YouTuber, not unless they move out of Russia. If you think these sanctions and these bans will be temporary or short-lived, by the way, think otherwise, okay? Do you want to know how long it's been since Iranians could play League of Legends due to sanctions America put on Iran? Do you want to know how long it's been, chat? 6 years. League of Legends hasn't, like, people haven't been able to play League of Legends in Iran for 6 years. Obviously other games too that are American, but I just know League of Legends as an example. Obviously, haha, League of Legends bad or whatever, but like, yeah, 6 years that they've been cut off from like that entire industry of American games, right? Because of sanctions, right? Yeah, I think it's been about 5 or 6 years now. Yeah. I think we had sanctions on Iran, yeah. And that's why. Sucks, huh? It's cringe. All right, let's continue. Anyway, like I'm saying, like if Russia, or sorry, if YouTube does get banned in Russia, or YouTube bans Russians, I should say, then no doubt it'll be a long-standing situation. It's not going to just be over in a minute, you know? It'll be a long-standing issue.
Factor is that I guess, like, I'm really uncertain about the future of Russia at this point, to be honest, because these sanctions and everything, like, no matter what some people might tell you, they are very, very destructive for the Russian economy, okay? Like, in some regions of Russia, there's already, like, shortages of certain food products, for example, sugar and grains, and I feel like with the way Russia got cut off from everything, honestly, 6 months from now is gonna actually probably get way worse. And also, the third reason is that I guess I just don't feel like I belong anymore, in a sense, you know? When in the center of St. Petersburg, where I lived for the last 6 months, you're walking on the street and you see, like, these banners with the Z on it and everything. I don't know, man. I really don't know about this one. And also, yeah, already the crackdown on free speech has gotten way, way harsher just, you know, in this last couple of weeks, and it's probably only going to get worse. So I'm not trying to, you know, come off in this video as if I'm like, you know, being pursued by the governments or whatever, and I'm like a fugitive. Not at all. But honestly, I feel like the space for a person like me to exist in modern day Russia is getting smaller and smaller, if that makes any sense. And honestly, in a way, it also feels like the country that I loved and that I grew up in kind of almost doesn't exist anymore. It's not the same country anymore, you know what I mean?
That's sad.
Another question, I guess, that a lot of you might have is...
like, you don't really get, as an American... There are certain countries that you just never really get to hear the good parts about, really, because it's just everything you hear about it is like hyper focusing on when they're relevant to American history, and usually other countries are only relevant to American history when we're at war with them. So we only really hear negative things about Russia or negative things about like China, or negative things about Japan a lot of the time. Not so much Japan and China. Well, China now definitely, because we're kind of like an economic war with them, which is stupid. We shouldn't be, but it's complicated. Japan not as much still, but like back then, you know, we were very, like, we literally put Japanese Americans into internment camps, you know, and we don't really learn a lot about Japan until we're older in school, except for World War II, you know? So it's like, right? Like, America has a problem with exclusively teaching about, like, American education, I should say, has a problem with exclusively teaching the history of other countries when relevant to America's history. And that's almost always going to be war, which doesn't give the most positive impression. So, like, you don't really hear much positive about Russia in America. It's sad.
Why Georgia? Well, it's actually very simple, because I actually got a ton of comments from, you know, Westerners and stuff like that saying, oh, Roman, why don't you just go to the EU? I got people saying, you know, oh, bro, I live in Germany, you know, you can crash at my place or whatever. People from all over the world are hitting me up and saying this, and I really appreciate it, but I feel like a lot of the people who are from, like, the European Union don't really get the fact that citizens of some countries don't have, like, free visa-free access to enter the European Union.
The Lone Cowboy, thank you for the $5. Says, longtime YouTube lurker, new site chatter, have a job interview tomorrow, and if I get it, I hope to donate more often. Thanks for being cool. Thank you so much. That's all. I really appreciate that. Hopefully you get that job, and good luck, my friend. I think you're going to do great, personally. I don't think you'll need the good luck, but I think you're going to do fine. Not to mention, you're going to get the job. And I am excited to see you bring in those big donos, those big juicy donos. Thank you. Really appreciate that. Internet hug, my friend. All right, let's continue.
I don't. The Russians don't have visa-free travel with the EU or anything. And now, obviously, you know, with everything that's going on right now, it's not a possibility at this point, right? So yeah, I cannot just come to the EU and just move and just start living there. I need like a reason to be there so that, you know, I get my visa and stuff. It's either studying or work or something like that. So yeah, if somebody has a company in the EU, you want to give me a job for sure, let's do it. But seriously though, yeah, it's not that easy. But yeah, the reason why I came to Georgia, and because actually a lot of Russians are coming to Georgia right now, is because it is actually a country that has like the best visa-free stay rules for Russians, which is kind of strange as well, considering the fact that, you know, Russia and Georgia are countries that had beef before, right? But the thing is that actually any Russian citizen can stay in Georgia for one entire year, 360 days basically, visa-free. And Georgia and Tbilisi in general, you know, has been a place of sort of, cool. I guess, refuge for a lot of the people who are, you know, not feeling super safe in you know, the current political landscape.
They'll just Georgia will just let Russians in visa-free to stay there for a year. That's dope. Which segment are we on? The No Fuckers segment. And then we'll get to Jaiden Animations next, don't worry.
Of Russian stuff. And now since the events in Ukraine started, obviously, the amount of Russians who are trying to flee has gotten crazy. And according to like the statistics here of the government in Georgia, apparently over like at least like 30,000 Russians came here in the last like 3 weeks or whatever, which is insane. You know, I guess a lot of the people are going to have a question, you know, whether I'm trying to, you know, stay here or move here permanently. Thing is, I'm not exactly sure, because it actually depends on a couple of factors. First of all, is finding an apartment, because Tbilisi isn't like a super huge city, it has over 1.1 million residents, and obviously the amount of people who came and the amount of apartments, you understand, it doesn't really correlate. So what this led to is that apartment, you know, prices for rent here have shot up like crazy. So apparently before, Georgia is actually very affordable for rent, so you could rent like a huge, maybe like 3-4 room apartment for like $500 or something. Now that price has gone up to 1,000 basically.
How to apply for citizenship for Georgia country as an American. Okay, I'm American. It should be easy to get citizenship to basically any country. We're the fucking best. Acquisition of Georgian censorship or citizenship, determining a Georgian citizenship. A person at whose birth one of his or her parents is a Georgian citizen. That's probably not going to work for me, guys. A person born on the territory of Georgia through extracorporeal fertilization or surrogacy. If the country of citizenship of neither of his or her parents recognizes this person, a child born in the territory of Georgia, born in the territory of Georgia. Fuck. How do you get granting citizenship? Under an ordinary procedure. An adult who meets the following requirements: lawfully resided in Georgia for the last 10 consecutive years, up to the day of applying for Georgian citizenship. Okay. So, you know, just go there. Knows the official language of Georgia with the established limits. What is the official language of Georgia? Please be English, please be English, please be English, please be English. Georgian? What's it even look like? They have threes. Chat, there are threes and tiny H's in their language. Show me some text in this language really quick. I want to see it. This is... Look at these runes. Okay. This is the language that Georgians speak. Look at these fucking runes. Ho. Holy shit. That's such a good way to shit talk someone. Just write this symbol on a piece of paper and hand it to them. And if they get the joke, they know you just called them a hoe. Your mom's a hoe. All right, let's resume.
So yeah, that obviously creates an issue for me trying to find a place right now because I still haven't. I understand that it also creates a lot of issues for the locals there because, I mean, kind of like Russia, I guess, you know, the salaries here are not super high or anything like that. And obviously now with this influx of Russians here and the rents going up so much, I mean, I understand that a lot of the locals here are not even able to rent an apartment themselves, you know. It's kind of like gentrification times 100. Actually, when I came here and I posted about it, a lot of people from Georgia that are my fans were like, yeah, dude, this is amazing, you know, welcome, we're so glad for you to be here, whatever. But I did get a couple of messages of people saying, you know, go back to Russia, essentially, which I do understand. And honestly, if I was like a local right now who was maybe planning to rent an apartment and now that all these Russians came and the prices going up like crazy, I'll be like, yeah, fuck these Russians as well, you know what I mean? Like, yeah, I really like this neighborhood.
I guess the dynamics of like xenophobia and immigration are really foreign to me in countries that I didn't grow up in, and God knows I don't know what like the status of xenophobia and immigration policy is in Georgia. I mean, I will say the fact they allow Russian citizens to stay there for a year visa-free is pretty fucking, like, progressive. I mean, like, for any country to have an immigration policy like that is pretty progressive. 1 year visa-free stay, that's... America doesn't do that, that's for damn sure. Yeah, I mean, that's pretty fucking based, but... Yeah... I think there might be a difference between like refugees coming because of economic ruination because the country they're coming from is wrongfully invading another and the rest of the world's putting sanctions on them. So now they're coming to this country to buy up apartments, raise the housing and apartment market price, and flee from the country that they're from that's doing the invading. I can understand how that dynamic might be a little different than like how Americans here get mad about immigrants. I can understand that a little bit more if it's like Georgians mad about Russians coming in to avoid the economic collapse. I mean, the Russians aren't in the wrong. The Russians coming I mean, in the war they are, but like the Russian citizens coming here to escape financial ruin are not in the wrong. They're trying to protect themselves, but like I also think it's understandable to a degree for the Georgians to be a bit upset because like admittedly losing your $500 a month average rent price for a 4-bedroom apartment would be pretty upsetting to me at least. Holy shit. I rent a 2-bedroom apartment right now. It's a 2-bed, 2-bath, and my rent is $1,650 a month, $1,650 a month. That is how much my rent is. He described twice the amount of space and rooms for a quarter the price. That is insane.
Well, it's like super European, but also kind of also Soviet at the same time. It's really cool. One thing that I think is really interesting, if you look at like the metro here, yeah, this is actually really sight that Tbilisi has a metro because it's like the same size as my hometown Chernivtsi, which doesn't, right? But here they do have a metro, and if you look at that logo, it's pretty much like exactly like the Moscow, like the old Moscow metro logo, which is just, you know, it's really cool. But yeah, another, I guess, issue that I would point out about, you know, that I have to figure out is actually opening a bank account, because the thing is that before this whole situation, before so many Russians started coming to Georgia, it was actually super easy for a foreigner of any nationality and Russians.
Wage over there is even lower though, too. NFKRZ even addresses this. Here's the thing though, pretty okay, Andy. So, pre all of this going down, me living in Georgia, like, a YouTuber in Georgia shouldn't get paid less for a video with the same CPM and viewership as a YouTuber in America, right? Like if I packed up and moved my ass to Georgia and became a Georgian citizen and continued to get paid and do YouTube and make the amount of money I'm making now, that wouldn't change, right? My income would be less. I assume my taxes would be higher, but my income wouldn't be less. Okay, Lonnie just typoed. Yeah. My income and NFKRZ's income specifically would not be less at all. The real question is, does NFKRZ now get to, now that he's not in Russia and he's in, you know, another country, does he now get to keep his USD payments he gets from YouTube and actually spend his money in a way where he's not just literally draining his finances because of the inflation? Your streaming hours would change, though? Probably for the better. If I was European and I was nocturnal, that would be me streaming during the day in America. My nocturnal, insane sleep schedule in Europe would be perfect for Americans. Just like if I had a mostly European audience, then my current sleep schedule where I'm nocturnal would be perfect if I streamed at night. But unfortunately, like 90% of my audience is American, so I can't stream in the middle of the night.
Included to open a bank account here. Now that is not the case anymore because so many Russians, you guys understand that like a lot of Russians that are coming here, like they're down bad. Like they either lost their job or lost the ability to be paid because of the sanctions and stuff like that. That's kind of basically me. And also the worst part as well is that since Visa and MasterCard left Russia, essentially now none of the Russian credit cards work abroad. So I'm here right now in Tbilisi. I cannot pay with any of my Russian credit cards. They just don't work. They decline every time. And I'm literally only left to a bunch of cash and crypto. So yeah, I pay in cash the old-fashioned way. And as far as
because it's written in Georgian, I can't tell if the graffiti on the walls is like is words or a math problem.
Crypto goes, yeah, I don't want to beg too much again because currently I still have a bit of money to do whatever I need to do here, but yeah, I'll have my crypto wallet links down in the description if you want to donate. But for now it's fine, but if I'm going to be down bad, I'm going to tell you guys for sure. So yeah, this situation obviously creates a high demand for Russians coming in and trying to open bank accounts. And the thing is that banks here actually got pretty stingy as far as opening a bank account goes. So a lot of people get their requests to open an account denied. Banks ask for like a ton of documents proving, you know, your source of income and everything, which is fine, I get that. But yeah, like the whole process is like super random. Like the people that work the same job that like come together to open a bank, one of them gets a bank account, the other gets denied. Like it's absolutely nobody knows what the hell is going on essentially, right? So yeah, that is definitely also one factor that I think is important in deciding whether I will stay here or not. But the plan is to, yeah, I mean, again, the main locations that every Russian sort of that is, you know, in a position like me is choosing to go to, it's mainly Georgia, also Armenia, Yerevan, and yeah, people also go into Serbia, Azerbaijan, countries like that, countries that basically have visa-free entry with Russia and an ability for you to stay there for a little bit. But as far as like staying, outside, Georgia is the best because you can literally stay here for 360 days in a year without a visa, and this is why a lot of people come here. And also clearly, from what you guys see in this video, it's a pretty fucking cool place, right? So yeah, guys, if I'm going to be quite honest here, I really don't know what the future holds for me and if my relocation here is going to work. And I guess that's one thing I want to stress as well is that I wouldn't call this an immigration, or I wouldn't call this like leaving Russia for good, because still, you know, last 6 months of my life I lived in St. Petersburg and I really loved it. It's such a great city, but yeah, it's just kind of not the same anymore, right? And yeah, I'm here for the time being because I can't really get paid too well in Russia. It's also like the entire situation, the tensions right now is just insane. So yeah, maybe I will return eventually, and I plan to return eventually because still, even though the situation is messed up, obviously I have family and friends and, you know, so many great people back there, and you know, losing that is painful.
That's sad.
So yeah, you know, I would say that the main thing I want to do here while I'm here in Georgia is I just want to respect the people here. I just want to respect the culture as much.
I would love for Americans to stop applying American culture and history to other countries just because those people are white. If a country has been around for 1,000 years before the U.S., it's probably different. I don't know if that was responding to me or if that was just a general statement, but that is a thing Americans tend to do. Most Americans don't know that there is a country called Georgia, only American state. Yeah, I remember I was like 11, I think, 11 or 12 when I found out Georgia was also like the name of a country.
As I can, because clearly, you know, I'm a foreign person, and obviously I just feel super grateful for the fact that, you know, Georgia even lets us in. And despite a lot of bad blood between these two countries, still a lot of people of Georgia show hospitality and not just being nice. And all the people who are my fans, who are locals here, also have been hitting me up, offering to help and everything. It's been amazing. Honestly, I want to fucking cry right now.
It is a pretty cool looking city. I like the architecture.
So yeah, I'm kind of like in a weird state. Like YouTube is not like my main priority right now because I'm just trying to figure out, you know, how to sort of figure things out here and everything. But yeah, once I get my shit sorted, I mean, I would say that, you know, this country gives me a lot of opportunity to produce content. I mean, this place is very unique. There's for sure going to be a lot of, you know,
I do like the blocky sort of like Soviet architecture style. Like that is a kind of cool style. Like that building right behind him there. I love that style. A post-apocalyptic game, bruh. I'm not saying that this city looks fucked up or anything. I'm saying that like the architecture looks like the cities in DayZ, because DayZ takes place in a like post-Soviet country.
Soviet stuff for me to film here, so that's not gonna be an issue. So all of you Soviet heads, rest assured that the content, even though I'm not in Russia at the moment, the content is still gonna be, there's gonna be enough Soviet shit for you to look at, basically. That's what I'm saying. So yeah, I guess the last thing I want to say in this video is that I just want to, again, thank everybody for your support. The amount of messages I'm getting these days and just the amount of people, you know, checking if I'm okay and everything has been crazy. And I hope you guys are gonna be here along for the ride, along for the journey. I really don't know what the fuck is going on in my life at this point, to be honest, but we'll figure it out. We'll figure it out. It's gonna be all good. Hopefully you guys are gonna enjoy the vlogs, you know, the times of a dumbass Russian in Georgia who doesn't know what the fuck he's doing with his life. And yeah, just want to say again, thanks for watching this video. Again, if you want to support me, additionally, go down to the description, you know, my crypto wallets, whatever, donate, support me, because right now I don't know what the fuck is going on with my finances, you know, I'm essentially like a second-class citizen all over the world now. My cards don't even work. It's a fucking nightmare. But yeah, hopefully you guys enjoyed this video, and hopefully you guys are gonna be along for the rides. And yeah, I'll see you guys in the next video. Peace.
I want to make it very clear, Putin's war that he is waging against the Ukrainians, this illegal invasion that he has started, it's not, I said this a million times, but I feel like it's worth repeating. It bears repeating. It's not just causing Ukrainian civilians, Ukrainian soldiers, and Ukrainians to suffer. The Russian people are suffering as well. The civilians in Russia are suffering due to the economic sanctions. And on top of that, the soldiers are suffering because they're dying. Putin is sending these soldiers to their death. Many of them didn't expect there to be actual fighting. Initially, a lot of these soldiers, when they would be captured and interviewed by Ukrainian soldiers, they would be like, "I thought we were going to be met with flowers and welcomes and cheers. I thought we were liberating a country from fascist rulers and that the people wanted us here." Like that was the impression they had going in. That was the way the propaganda that these Russian soldiers had been getting fed made them think this was going to going in. They didn't even make it clear to the soldiers they were going in to a country that was going to push back against this invasion. These soldiers themselves were so brainwashed, they were underprepared going in because they weren't underprepared, but many of the soldiers themselves were mentally underprepared going in. They didn't expect they were going to immediately be met by sheer and harsh resistance. They expected that there would be massive amounts of pro-Russia sympathy to the extent that they would be let in, essentially. And sure, the Donbass and Donetsk regions are filled to the brim with pro-Russian separatist militias and whatnot. And yes, that is most of where they're pushing in and where Russia's pushing in. But no, I mean Russia's still, even in those areas, faced massive pushback, substantially. And you know, the Russian soldiers themselves have been surprised about it when you see the interviews when they've been taken prisoner. Anyway, with that said, if you enjoyed this video, please consider leaving a like, subscribe, ring the bell icon if you haven't already, so YouTube actually tells you when I go live or upload a new video or do anything on my channel. Follow my social media, I'll link down below, including my Instagram, my Twitter, my fan Discord, and all my other places online where you can contact me. And of course, if you want to support me financially and contribute to the Shadow the Hedgehog onesie stream dono goal, consider donating, subscribing, or gifting a sub on my website, or supporting me on YouTube, Twitch, Streamlabs, or through Patreon. With that said, no matter how you support me, thank you so much for watching, and have a good one. All right. Oh boy. You guys have been so well behaved this stream. You guys have been so well behaved. We finally have made it to the 5th and final segment, but first, maybe not the final segment. Okay, this could be a good short, Lonnie. I'm gonna record it. Oh shit, look at this. From Disney Walkout, the official Disney Walkout Twitter account. Show your solidarity on March 22nd, 8 a.m., 6 p.m. local time from Disney Do Better Walkout among Disney employees. That's going to be tomorrow, or supposed to be tomorrow. 1 out of 3. We have been informed that Disneyland cast members do not feel safe to fully walk out tomorrow. Who do not feel safe to fully walk out tomorrow are being told they cannot even wear their pride/trans Mickey pins to show support. Standing in stark contrast to the words of inclusion spoken by Chapek today in the town hall. Holy shit. So even like during the walkout day, even the workers that aren't walking out, they aren't even allowed to wear like the pro-LGBT, pro-trans Mickey pins that they sell out of support for the walkout. God, peak corporate soullessness. And meanwhile, conservatives will acknowledge this and use this as an argument that like, oh, see, these corporations don't actually care about the LGBT people. But then at the next moment, they'll turn around and say, Disney and all these other corporations are pushing the woke feminist SJW LGBT agenda and media to push their beliefs on us. Like, and they'll simultaneously say it's just these companies grifting for money, while also saying it's like a agenda or a conspiracy, because you always have to sprinkle in, you got to pepper in a little bit of the truth in every lie. It's all the best lies include a little bit of the truth. These are the Mickey pins that Disney themselves sell. They want us to feel safe, but then sell our identities as brands for profit while preventing those same identities from existing in their own company. This all happened while many sectors of the company have been internally supportive of employees walking out tomorrow. Frontline workers, the most vulnerable of us, not given the respect they deserve is shameful. Jesus. Shame less. Good Lord. There we go. Maybe a good little mini short. Good little mini short before the Jaiden animation segment. Are you guys ready? Are you guys ready for the money shot? Are you guys here and ready for the motherfucking money shot? Open your mouths and stick out your tongues because it's time for the money shot. All right. Jaiden Animations. Look, 10.9 million subs, nearly 11 million subscribers. If we look at her YouTube channel, you can see she makes animation videos and they get a good amount of views, and she's pretty popular. She doesn't upload very often though, because animation's very hard on YouTube, and animation YouTubers get criminally underpaid in ad revenue by YouTube because they don't upload often. They put out quality over quantity usually, and YouTube doesn't reward that, so they usually get just criminally underpaid to the extent unless they open up a Patreon, they can't afford to do this for a living, even if each of their videos that they put out per month get millions of views. That is how bad YouTube is. You can't just live on like 14 million views a month, like at a certain standard of living. Like you're gonna have to push it further. So yeah, art like YouTube and animation YouTube, I obviously have like a ridiculous amount of respect for it. I think it's probably like one of the most high effort and respectable forms of content on this platform. It should go without saying that I like Jaiden Animations. I'm subbed to her. I don't have the bell icon rung. I mean, I will, I guess. I mean, I like her content. Like, I've watched her stuff. She's pretty cool. Ironically enough, the only real discussion that's become relevant about Jaiden Animations as of late has been like and let's be real, we've all heard about it, the super duper weird Rule 34 community, like, sort of built around her. Like, it's been one of those things that she's just kind of tried to not think or talk about in her videos or in her content, but you can tell it probably bothers her. But there is a whole cavalcade of fucking weirdos in the internet that make Rule 34 of her, and it's like, here's the thing. when it's fictional characters, that's one thing. But like, if it's just some YouTuber on the internet and you're making like animated porn of them without their permission or consent, we're crossing really uncomfortable lines. I feel like we've agreed at this point that that's just not something that we want to encourage, you know? Like, I feel like with Dreams community, we dealt with this, like the shippers and Dreams community, people shipping him with like his friends and stuff, and how kind of weird it got. Regardless, that was like my most of the knowledge, most of the stuff I've heard about her in like the mainstream recently. However, this video called Being Not Straight, I wonder what this will be about, has 4.5 million views. It was uploaded yesterday, and it is #1 on trending. God damn. Let's go ahead and watch. You guys all fucking spoiled it for me and revealed she comes out as ace / aromantic. Ace and or aromantic, I actually don't know specifically. I didn't know what she was coming out as, but you guys spoiled it for me, so thanks, chat.
Before I even say anything, let's lay out some ground rules. This is probably gonna be the most open I'll ever get about my personal life. I know I've shared tidbits of myself and life through little stories, but when it comes to personal stuff, I'm very private. Especially within the past few years. I'm gonna be talking in very general, surface level terms because specific personal details are for me to know, and in the nicest way possible, none of your business. Basically, this is something I want to talk about, share, and bring a spotlight to. But at the same time, you get the Cliff Notes version. So no trying to assume or guess anything beyond what I'm sharing within this video. At the end of the day, we're all just strangers refusing to listen to the stranger danger rule. Alright, formality
is a very well-made video. Oh yeah, Jaiden Animations might be like one of the highest quality animators on YouTube. Like, if Jaiden Animations put like a whole year of dedicated 100% of her effort work into like a 1-minute animation, it could probably be like just astounding looking. The problem is YouTube, and doing this for a living, means that Jaiden Animations has to stretch her admittedly enormous talent across a fairly decent length. Basically, she has to upload like at least a 10 to 15 minute video for it to be like worth even making, and it has to be like within like a month of turnaround from the last video. If I look at her like schedule, I don't know if she gets any help, but regardless of that, clearly a ridiculous amount of talent and hard work goes in these videos. Irrelevant to the main point of the video, but I do think it's worth saying because I really do think the animation community on YouTube deserves more gassing up, because they deal with the absolute worst shit end of the stick as far as YouTube is concerned. Despite their content being some of the best you'll find on YouTube, it is the least rewarded by YouTube.
Qualities aside, let's get into it. I've come to realize that I'm aro-ace, which stands for aromantic asexual. And I know what you're thinking.
God, I wish. Can you imagine how much fucking less drama I would have in my life if I was both aromantic and asexual? Holy shit. That would be like Sigma grind. I'd be living the Dexter lifestyle. Listen, me and Lonnie have been watching through Dexter. It's my first time watching it. We're on season 2 now. And like, if that show was made today, I feel like they would have all just figured, oh, Dexter could have just said he was asexual, and everyone would have been like, oh, that's cool. The whole Rita storyline and him having to figure out how to pretend to like sex or be interested in sexual intercourse wouldn't have had to happen, because he would have just he would have probably realized he was asexual, and or he would have just been able to use that as an excuse, if anything. Please stop, you sound like BoJack. What? I refuse to finish Dexter. I heard that the spin-off show was good, so that's what's going to make me finish it. I'm in season 2, though, so the show is very good where I am. I heard the show doesn't get bad until, like, season 6. I heard that's when it gets, like, really, really bad. Or season 6 or 7.
That's not gay. What the hell is that? And you know what? That is completely
Yes, it
fair,
is.
because I didn't know what that was either. Aromantic and asexual are two different things, and I'm gonna break them down to you separately, starting with
Okay. Chat, can we all agree? Gay just means not straight. Okay. At this point, functionally, the way that like the gay community uses it at this point, the LGBT community uses it at this point, it feels like gay just means like you're not straight, you know? It seems to be used that way broadly, you know? Like fuck it, gay or queer. Queer also works as well. It's just that some people don't feel comfortable saying it because it used to be a slur. Thankfully for me, I never really heard that word as a slur much, so it kind of just doesn't have the connotation as bad for me, so I don't have an issue with the whole reclamation thing with that. What is queer sexual? I've heard it. I don't know. I'm straight. I don't fucking know. Ask someone who knows anything about this.
Aromantic because no one really knows what that one is. And also it's my personal favorite. Someone who's aromantic is defined as a person who feels very little to no romantic attraction to anyone at all. So like they might not develop crushes on people or feel the need to be in a romantic relationship with anyone. Very general terms, but hopefully you kind of get the gist. If not, here's a little story example from me. Growing up, I never developed crushes on anyone. I remember when I was in 5th grade, kids were talking about their crushes left and right, and it was starting to feel like something I had to experience too, just because I thought that's just what happens. Don't make fun of 9-year-old me, I was a sheep. Anyway, I decided I needed to have a crush because that's just what happens to people. And I very robotically chose this random kid in the class who we can call Pikachu. That's not his name. He didn't mean anything to me and I didn't do anything about this crush. Like, I didn't tell anyone or anything. It was just a headcanon thing for me to feel up to speed and like I was hitting my normal human.
I did a very similar thing. Wait, is this like a real thing? Just like pretending to have a crush? Jesus. Makes you feel normal? Listen, okay? There's nothing normal about it. Being based isn't normal. You're based, okay? Being based is not normal, all right? So it's not normal because you're based. And if people think it's not normal, you tell them to seethe, okay? You tell them to seethe and cope and choke on your asshole. That's what you do.
An emotions quota. But it's funny because on Valentine's Day, you know how in elementary school everyone would bring cheesy Walmart Valentine's cards for everyone in the class, and then you'd have a box full of candy and hollow emotions from everyone? Well, my school did that. When I went through my box, I pulled out Pikachu's Valentine and thought to myself, someone who...
Can I tell you one of my black pill moments, chat? Let me tell you guys one of my black pill moments. When I was in 5th grade and it was Valentine's Day, the teacher handed out cards so that everybody could like sign a card and give it to somebody with like a candy attached to it. Like their Valentine or whatever, right? And teacher handed those out and everybody got one but me. Some people got 2, some people got 3, some people got 1. I got 0. And I was a little upset about it. Not as upset at the time because I didn't really understand the connotation of that. But then the teacher ended up mandatorily making it so that everybody had to write a Valentine to everybody in the class. And there were like 24 students in the class, which meant everybody had to write 24 Valentines, including me. And then it meant nothing anymore. And so it just made the whole class angry at me or 23, yeah. The whole class would have to write 23, yeah. So that made everybody super pissed at me, and it didn't mean anything when I did get, 23 Valentines, because it was just like, oh, they were all forced to write this, and they all wrote it in the sloppiest handwriting for mine, because I was, like, technically the one that resulted in them having to all sit down for another, like, 10 minutes and write out more another 24 or something more Valentines. Yeah. 24. What am I talking about? Let's continue. Yeah, that was a black pill moment for me.
Who has a crush on someone would keep this. I think. So I put Pikachu's copy-paste Batman Valentine in my drawer and promptly forgot about it because it meant nothing to me, but hey, that's just what I thought I was supposed to do. Man, I'm so good at this. Then like a year or so later when my mom was going through my room, she pulled out the card and was like, "Why do you have this?" And I was like, honestly, I have no idea. Years passed, I entered junior high and thought to myself, all right, this is the time where people start developing crushes and then do something about it. Like get into relationships or something. So I was like preparing to be interested in people. On the first day of school, I scoped out the room to see if there was anyone that I thought looked like someone I could develop a crush on. And this was when classes started being divided up into periods, so there were like 6 batches of people I sifted through. But no one caught my eye, and I thought, man, unlucky. Went through the whole school year, next year rolled around, classes changed, I did the same potentials crush scoping again, and the same thing happened. I wasn't drawn to anyone at all. Man, unlucky again. Every year.
Like, if you could have this as like an ability that you could toggle, it would actually make you superhuman. Like, imagine if you could voluntarily turn on and off your ability to feel any romantic or sexual attraction. Holy shit. Obviously, you can't do that when it's your sexuality and you're born that way. But imagine if you could become Ace. And just be like when you're like in your Sigma mode, like if you're at like a Sigma point in your lifetime, you can, like in your lifestyle, you just be like, all right, I need to focus on work and school or something. I need to not date or party and get drunk and like have lots of sex with women. So I'm just gonna turn off. I'm gonna become asexual and aromantic and focus on the grind for a few years. Like that would be powerful.
I thought something would change, especially going into high school when people started actually hitting puberty and were getting conventionally attractive. But my entire school life, grades kindergarten.
No, it doesn't work that way. That you still feel the desire to see booba, okay? To turn off the desire to see booba would be an extraordinary ability. For booba and titty and ass to have no power over me would be like being unshackled from my earthly mortal flesh.
To senior year, which I'm pretty sure is like 13 years, I wasn't interested in a single person throughout any of it. And what's funny...
Xanderhal, please stop for ace people. Oh my god, you guys are so fucking sensitive sometimes. Why do you watch my content? I'm actually curious. Why do you watch my content? I should ban you. I should actually ban you. Because nobody who's ace in my chat was complaining until you dropped that comment, funnily enough. Unless you're ace, but for ace people, so it sounds like you're speaking for ace people here. Shut the fuck up. Don't be a pussy. Please stop talking about how asexuality is a superpower, all of you. I was complaining. All right. All right, let's continue.
As I was thinking, man, what's the deal? Why is no one attractive? And I went to a big high school. There were like 3,500 students.
I'm not angry. It's just that if this is going to like piss off them, then like they're gonna just end up turning on me and being pissed off by like some joke I make in the future. If me making a joke about asexuality being a superpower is going to trigger them, they're not going to fit in here. Okay, they're trouble waiting to happen. Okay, they're one base takeaway from losing their mind at me in my chat. Okay, I'm just getting ahead of the curb. We don't need them. All right, the movement waits for nobody. The Xan Renaissance waits for nobody, okay? We can't let them hold us back, chat. We have to keep moving. We have to keep barreling on to success. We can't let them hold us back.
Students there. Surely I am not the outlier in this formula. Why are none of you attractive? By the time I was going to
I can't debate someone on why jokes are funny, okay?
college, I really felt like I had to find someone. It felt like I was falling behind the curve, or if I was gonna find someone, it was gonna have to happen now. I made a lot of new friends, and that's when I thought I developed my first genuine crush. Long story short, in hindsight, no, it wasn't a crush and I was just wrong. I just met someone who I thought was cool and funny and had a really strong desire to be close to them. But looking back, knowing what I do now, it wasn't in a romantic way. I realized I can get very excited and tunnel vision on people I think are really cool or interesting and kind of obsess over.
This also has to be like a pain in the ass though. As I said before in the joke that I made, this would be a superpower if you could turn it on and off. Being ace and living in a society that up until, I'm just gonna say just now even, like just nobody knows what asexuality or aromantic is. I'm sorry, but like if you're not on the internet, you probably haven't heard of it. And that's really bad. Like, how many ace or aromantic kids are there growing up, going to school, feeling like they're freaks or not normal or not like everyone else because they just don't feel the same way as other people do their age. And there's just no cultural sort of prevalence of the idea of being asexual or aromantic as there is for being gay, for example, or being trans even. Like, it's just not on the same level, you know? Can confirm I thought I was an alien / robot / inhuman monster. Honestly, though, if I thought I was an alien or a robot, I'd be like, that'd kind of boost my ego a little bit. No, but it's got to be confusing and very stressful, not knowing like what you are. Like that's the thing, really. Like at the end of the day, it's because the rest of the world has decided that there aren't enough of you to make the information about what you are prevalent to you. That's really the only way to describe it, right? If you're like asexual and you've never heard of it, because like it's just not talked about, as like the world has decided that there are not enough asexual or aromantic people for knowledge about them to be relevant enough for asexual people to know that they exist. And it's a really unfortunate reality. And I'm glad that videos like this exist to raise awareness about it. I'm also extraordinarily glad that it's #1 on trending, because this shit like this is how you solve the problem of fucking middle school and elementary schoolers feeling like they're a freak because they don't have crushes like the other kids do, you know, and experiencing possible, like Fontenite said, possible permanent psychological damage can be had from this, right? Like, just making this more of a thing that like young people are aware of alone will help so many people. And this video alone, I think, will help so many people.
Getting to know them or just want to spend a lot of time with them. But whenever I got into those tunnel vision moments, if I sat down and asked myself if I actually wanted to be in a relationship with them and hold hands or cuddle or kiss, the answer was not really. But if they wanted to, I could go along with it, which I do not think is right. In my very old flirting video, which I refuse to rewatch, I think at one point in it, I said something along the lines of, if you're interested in someone but they just want to be friends, I don't understand why some people can't deal with that. And that was primarily because I didn't realize there was an emotional difference between a crush or falling in love and just being really good friends with someone. So, oops. Sorry for the bad take, I think. I really just thought having a crush on someone was wanting to be their #1 best friend.
That is so wholesome. I'm sorry. Maybe this is insensitive of me to say, but that is the most wholesome thing I've ever heard. And my mood has been lightened significantly having heard it.
Look, I said don't make fun of me. To me, it used to feel like if I was wanting to become friends with someone to that high of a degree, that would be the next step or justify why I wanted to put this much time, effort, and energy into one person. And it didn't feel right or even fair going through all of this with someone and then tell them they're just a friend. I don't know, it just didn't feel like it made sense, even though I really didn't technically see them in a romantic way. I just didn't understand what was going on really, or that there was supposed to be real emotions instead of a logical understanding of steps. And the fact that I was under the assumption that I was supposed to be interested in people in a romantic way didn't help with anything. I always preferred to stay good friends, but never felt like I could have that, and I worried that if I said no, that we would just start drifting apart, which I obviously didn't want either. It's been a very long journey discovering this about myself. Everything I'm saying has all been extremely subconscious and not understood or defined for many years. I even used to think I was bi or pan for the longest time, because I would think to myself, well, bi is being interested in both genders. I don't really care for either, but 0 is equal to 0, so I guess I'm bi or pan. I got math involved. If I knew it...
Yeah, so... Yeah, you guys know what I mean, right? Like even if you know that there are like the LGBT exists, you know that there are gay people or bi or pan people, even then, like you might not be able to realize that you're ace, right? Yeah, like we got to spread the awareness, my dudes.
Aromanticism was when I was growing up, things would have been a lot less complicated for me a lot sooner. I think it's mainly because people don't really talk about it or even know what it is or that it's real. Romance and love is the #1 most talked about topic on the planet. Everything I've been taught or learned through society is that love and romance is everywhere. Everyone feels it, and it's gonna happen to you. Just a funny little note, there was a point where I was listening to some generic romance song on the radio. You know, like all of them. And I just suddenly thought to myself, wait, do people actually feel these things towards each other? Like all these mushy lyrics are real emotions? They're not joking? And that's when I started feeling like something was different. I approached romance under the blanket term thought of, sure, why not?
This is an extraordinary way to explain it as well. Holy fuck. All right, we got to talk about something, chat. We got to talk about something that's like a consistent variable in YouTube content creation, okay? Large content creators with a significant audience, when they come out as LGBT, their coming out video has to serve simultaneously, or they feel as if, and it almost always ends up being, simultaneously a coming out video, as well as a, hold on, I have to explain to my audience what all of this means really quick. Because some percentage of the audience is going to be confused, or not get it, or be hateful, or need to have it explained to them. Did I permaban them? Yeah, I just type permanently, because that's what I always type. I don't know, maybe they can be banned. They can submit a ban appeal, I guess. I can unban them then. I don't know. I just think they're posting stupid shit. Regardless, though, I think that it's kind of sad that like if you're like a large content creator, we're working on a ban appeal form. We're chill. It's just kind of sad that if you're a large content creator and you come out as LGBT, it seems like your coming out post or video has to like also be an educational like documentary to explain to people. I'm not saying it's not a good thing that that's what that is. I'm just saying it's sad that it has to be that, you know? It's sad that like if Jaiden didn't just explain what this meant, like then it wouldn't work, you know? Like it's sad that she has to do that. So yeah. The way society structures love and relationships between humans, and it causes us ace arrow people, it fucks with us ace arrow people especially. Yeah, I don't really ever pay attention to lyrics and music much. I have done it more lately, so maybe I'll start to notice it now like more, but I just never really paid attention to like the meaning of the lyrics and music. I mostly just paid attention to like the lyrics and how it sounded, you know? More recently I've started like looking at lyric videos for songs I like and trying to figure out the story. Because I didn't previously do that much, but yeah, I've started to try to figure out the story of songs more often. Especially since a lot of music, you can't necessarily get you can't necessarily get the lyrics 100% right just from your ear. Sometimes words blend together or sound weird or pronounced weird or are broken up in weird syllables to make it sound nice, and so it can be hard to understand. So just hearing a song you've heard a million times, then seeing the subtitles and realizing, seeing like the lyrics and realizing, oh, wait, the lyrics are totally different than what I thought. It happens.
And didn't recognize it was actually a feeling, which might sound stupid, but look, I don't know. No one presented me with any other options. I did a lot of rationalizing. If someone ever expressed romantic interest in me, I would mentally make a kind of logical list of their pros and cons and the pros and cons of what a relationship would look like with them based on what I knew about them as a person. I didn't realize there was supposed to be an extra, like, excited feeling, or the fact that you're not supposed to think about it as if it were a business exchange. I understand compatibility is a huge important variable when it comes to sharing a relationship with someone, but at the end of the day, it's still apparently still a very emotionally driven thing. And I literally had to make that discovery and teach it to myself. Now, I'm gonna talk about being asexual very briefly, and I'm gonna preface it with, let's all just be mature about this, all right? We're all pretending to be adults here. I've got my eye on some of you. Behave. Okay, this is definitely treading into uncomfortable personal boundary territory for me, but yeah, I do want to share that I'm asexual too, which is defined as someone who feels little to no intimate attraction to anyone. Look, I know we said we're all adults, but I'm still gonna dance around the vocabulary, all right? Yes,
YouTube
there's a
monetization,
difference between romantic and intimate attraction. Little side note, I will say you can experience romantic attraction to someone but no intimate attraction. Or you can experience intimate attraction but no romantic attraction. You can be one and not the other. It's not necessarily a package deal. Most people feel both, and I do not feel either. Anyway, I have never been magnetically attracted to the look or shape of a single person in my entire life, and didn't.
That is a really interesting, like it is interesting to me, like the idea of particularly asexuality. Aromanticism is a little more understandable to me. I can understand aromanticism, like I can imagine what it would be like to be aromantic way more than I can imagine what it would be like to be hey mom, hey Lonnie, my mom is at the door. I gotta keep streaming. She's got cupcakes. I don't know if you can hear, but she's gonna keep hitting the doorbell. So just letting you know. Yeah, like, oh shit. Uh-oh, chat. I have to replace the coil on my vape, and it is good and stuck. Yeah, like I can't really imagine a world in which I look at Big Booba and don't think, ooh, Booba. You know? Like I can't do it. I can't. Cupcakes while watching an asexual coming out video, base. I don't think Lonnie is even like is she not watching the stream because she still hasn't answered the door? Are you okay? She's not watching the stream. I'll be right back. So my mom came over to drop off cupcakes and apparently more shit that she has to drop off, even though I just spent the last week cleaning my house. I'm gonna throw away whatever she drops off here if it's nothing useful. So hopefully she's not coming here to give me stuff for me to store, because I'm throwing it to the trash like I did the other stuff she brought to store. What can I say, chat? She keeps leaving stuff here. Anyway, yeah. Lonnie's in the shower, so I had to let her in. She, like, walked to the back porch and was, like, knocking on my sliding glass door after I opened the door. So I had to run back to the other side of the house and talk to her through the glass and tell her, I'm streaming, Lonnie's in the shower, I can't talk, door's unlocked. Yeah. Cake is a meme in the asexual community, so the cupcakes are perfect timed. I'm not eating them, though. They're like coconut shavings in the top and shit. They're gonna be awful. I usually like the cupcakes my mom makes, but she decided to make coconut shavings on them this time, so I'm not eating a single one of those. Like, I'll like try one, but I know I'm gonna not like it. Coconut's the best though? Oh no, no. Hold on a second, chat. The camera's pink? Yep, I know. Give me a minute. Fuck. God, these things are a pain in the fucking ass. One day they'll invent, like, a technology to make vape coils, like, not impossible to change out. Ooh. Oh, wow. Cut my finger. Okay. That can't be done without safety equipment of some kind, then. Maybe a blanket will do it? I'm bleeding a little bit on my finger. Damn it. I can't get any grip. Zan, you're looking for pink. Need bedroom recommendations? Need music recommendation? I don't need music recommendations. Don't talk to me about music. Okay, fuck. Shit. I completely disassembled my vape, and now I can't do the final step to actually have a working vape again. Fuck. I have no rubber gloves, and I have no tweezers, and I have shit. I used to, but I changed out my desk. I used to have like a tool bin here, but I'm not. Shit. Rough, bud? Yeah, I guess I gotta wrap up stream then. No vape, no stream. That's for damn sure. No vape, no stream. Alright. Let's see if I can suck enough fumes out of my disposable vapes for the end segment of the stream. And then hopefully the vape store won't be closed by the time Lonnie gets out of the shower. Alright, let's get back to it. Let's hope I can suck enough fumes out of these things.
I did not realize it was a real thing until very recently. I'm able to identify when someone looks conventionally attractive, like by textbook definition, but I never realized people are genuinely drawn to people they think are attractive. I didn't know that people could just see someone and be like, wow, they're gorgeous. I would love to get to know that person, or maybe go on a date with them, or whatever else you people do. I didn't think it was real. I thought people were exaggerating or something. I don't know. And I also couldn't believe that some people feel that with multiple people. Or like celebrities, which sounds absolutely exhausting. It ties back to when I was in school, like looking around for people to like. It makes sense now that no one caught my eye because that doesn't happen to me. I was just wasting my time for 13 years. I feel like such a fool. Now, there's an easy assumption to make about asexual people and that they all have zero interest in being intimate with anyone at all, which actually isn't true. Some of them are genuinely turned off by it, and some aren't. Some reasons would be that they just don't mind it, or they...
This is the part of sexuality that gets really complicated, because brace yourselves, hang on, I'm about to hit you with a based fucking take. Sexuality is on a spectrum. It is. It is, yeah. Sexuality is on a spectrum. Some people are just a little gay. You know, just a little gay. Just a little bit gay. Some people are just a little ace. Maybe just a little ace. Just a little bit. Or a little aromantic. Maybe just a little, just as a treat, just a little bit, you know? Or very much so. Possibly very much so, you know? It's a spectrum, you see?
Want to make their partner happy or enjoy the emotional closeness.
Xander, you saying you're a little gay? No, I'm on all the way on the straight end of the spectrum. Like when you imagine the spectrum and there's like the straight end, I'm all the way like at the hard limit of the straight end.
Of it. There's a million different reasons and a million different people. Am I sharing what kind of a people I am? Nope. And you don't know me personally enough in the slightest to be able to try and parasocially analyze where I stand on that spectrum. I'm just here to say I am this. We are moving on. When I stumbled onto the term aro ace and started realizing I fall into that category, it helped me feel much more confident and sure of myself. I've read
It's almost like I said before. We gotta spread the word, spread the awareness, okay? Not a child in the world should be unaware of what asexuality is. Just in case if they are ace, they know what's up, and they don't feel like they're a fucking freak or anything.
Read a lot about how people say they felt broken or that something was wrong with them. But honestly, I was the complete opposite. Coming from my very biased perspective, I think aro ace is one of, if not the coolest and most confident orientations out there. Not needing a single gram of romantic or intimate value.
That's what I was saying! I stand by the bans so much harder now. Holy fuck, I'm so glad I banned those two fucking idiots now. Because even she goes on in the video to say, oh yeah, it's the fucking Sigma orientation, it's like a superpower. I actually fucking hate these woke skull types. The fact that they have the fucking gall to talk shit in the chat when 5 minutes later in the video, this is what happens. Jesus Christ.
Validation from anyone is so cool. All you need is yourself to be happy, maybe friends and family too. And birds. The more I came to terms with the fact I'm aro ace, the more empowered and capable I felt. But at the same time, I was also starting to feel more alone and isolated. As cool and amazing and unique and awesome as I think it is, it can be really hard for other people to relate to or even understand. Everyone else and their orientations are able to bond and relate to the love and romance aspects, and we're over here like, we don't.
Oh, it was my mom knocking on the door. Mom, stop. Okay, I'm streaming right now. You gotta chill out. I'm working right now. All right. My mom says hi, chat. All right, let's continue.
Don't do that. I don't even know if I'm explaining it very well. It kind of does go against everything everyone's ever been taught about anything. Romance is taught to be a basic assumed emotion, which I do think is a bit misleading. A common argument used against the aro ace orientation is that romance and intimacy is what makes someone human. But I mean, I don't know.
Well, I'd have a hard time finding any medical professional who agrees with that one.
Lots of birds mate for life, which is a better ratio than people, and all animals get frisky. You know, that's just how they became not extinct. It's not an exclusive to humans thing. If I were to guess, I would assume the thing that makes someone human is basic empathy. Like, I'm not an emotionalist monster. I can still love people. I love my family and my pets, just platonically. And I would hope that you're the same. I just don't experience romantic love, which...
Listen, back where I come from, right? There's a reason why reverse cowgirl's illegal. Because you never turn your back on family, brother.
I don't know. I don't think that's harming anyone. Definitely not me. I'm having the time of my life. I don't think you need to be in a relationship to be happy. And if you don't want to be just on your own, I think there's many types of people in relationships that push the boundaries of what a conventional relationship looks like. Telling someone that they need to be in a romantic relationship to be happy and fulfilled is weird. And then when that person says they're not happy, they're told relationships take a lot of work and that's just how it goes.
True.
And that's also weird. I don't know. I also think it's weird that once someone reaches a certain age, people inherently start thinking it's sad they're not in a romantic relationship or assume they're lonely and sad. No one thinks a child is sad and lonely just because they're not in a long-term relationship. I don't know. I don't get it. And I also think I'm rambling. At the end of the day, it's all very complicated to talk about these things, especially because I don't know the feelings I'm supposed to be feeling, let alone talk about. I just know for me, the terms aromantic and asexual are able to articulate things I was subconsciously feeling and thinking before I even realized I was feeling and thinking them. I don't plan on talking about this very much, if at all, ever again. I just want to play my silly little video games, maybe tell a story here or there. But I wanted to bring the orientations to the surface and try to get more representation out there because I thought if I could help more people become more aware of this, then that would be awesome. I was confused as hell for a while and could have used something like this. It's a real thing. You don't have to feel any sort of romance or whatever to be considered a real person. Personally, I think it's really cool and badass. And don't be afraid to look more.
Okay, I just want to say, this video reached 4.5 million people in the last day. At least one of those 4.5 or almost 4.6 million people saw that video, and then after it was finished, they were like, okay. Brain blast moment, yeah. At least one person had that experience.
Into aromanticism or asexualism if any of what I said in this video resonated with you to any degree. Like I said, this is all very surface level stuff. They're both much larger spectrums than you'd think, and maybe you fall under some umbrella category with them. I don't know, or not. Either way,
True,
this has all
better
been my
education
personal
Florida's
experience with
sex
this
ed public
stuff. Is
school.
there more for me to figure out within it? Yeah, I'm pretty sure there is. It can get pretty complicated and confusing. Haha, awesome. Will I be sharing any of that with you? Nope, no way, this is all you get. Hope you can understand even just a little of what I talked about. And if not, that's totally fine. I just hope you can be nice. Thanks for listening. I never really intended on making this video because I haven't really felt a strong urge to, like, I don't like using this phrase for myself, but come out. But I did end up wanting to make the video to make people more aware of this stuff because I think it's important and someone has to. There's not really that many people doing it right now. Anyway, yeah, just moving forward, I guess.
What a wholesome video. What a wholesome video. I'm so glad that it seems like it's getting like universally and unanimously positive response if I can see that. Yeah. 691,000 likes. I wonder how many dislikes it has, or if dislikes are even on to begin with, because YouTubers themselves can turn off dislikes, so people can't even dislike a video. Like, I'd hope that there's not very many dislikes. I have a feeling there's at least some. 14K dislikes. That's a pretty good ratio. 691, nearly 700,000 likes to 14K dislikes. That's pretty good. Yeah, apparently it's 14,000 dislikes to 700,000 likes. So pretty good, but like, as you can tell, you know, the fact that that many people were exposed to this video and responded to it positively. Like the fact that 700,000 people who watch a normie, I'm not trying to be mean, but a non-political content creator, by all means, were so respectful and amiable to ace arrow identity, which is, let's be real, to many people, a very foreign new sexual identity to them, that they'll have just heard about for the first time, possibly because of this video or just recently. The fact that it's been so positively, received is amazing, and I'm so glad. And videos like this, as much as I'm sad that they kind of have to exist the way that they do. They kind of have to be an educational documentary, not just a, hey, I'm coming out video. It's kind of sad that they have to be that, but regardless, I'm glad that it was that and that it had such a positive effect. Representation like this is important because, like I said before, how many young Ace, Aero teens or whatever watched this video and then were like, oh, that's what it was. And now they realize it. Now they get it, you know? No doubt, plenty. No doubt, plenty. That was a great video. I'm going to go ahead and drop the link to it in the chat. Obviously, it'll be in the pinned comment on the video when this video goes up as a segment on its own. Go drop a like. Go send some support. Go like, comment, subscribe, ring the bell icon. Do all the things. You guys know what to do. With all that said, if you enjoyed this video, please consider liking, subscribing, ring the bell icon on my channel if you enjoyed it, and, you know, following my social media link down below. You can also support me financially through the links in the description, including donating, subscribing, or gifting a sub to my website, xanderhal.com/live. You can also donate to me on YouTube, Twitch, through Streamlabs, or through Patreon. So no matter how you support me, thank you so much for watching. I really do appreciate it, and have a good one. God damn. Want me to edit out the part where you argue with chatters? Actually, no. Keep the part where I argue with them and ban them in, because later on I get vindicated. Oh yeah, this vape feels so much better. Fresh coil. Let's go. What exactly happened? A couple of people in the chat got really mad and thought that it was offensive for me to describe being Ace Aero as having like some benefits and how it could almost be like a superpower in some respects. If it was like more understood, or if you could like toggle it almost. And then Wingo and someone else got really triggered and like started getting mad about how that's like offensive to Ace Aero people. And then 5 minutes later into the video, Jaiden Animation says, many people see this as like an issue, but I see it as a superpower. It's actually really cool not to have to worry about. And I'm like, yep, I stand fully by the bans, 100%. Stand fully by them. I felt really vindicated when that part of the video came about. It was like 2 messages, have mercy, Xanderhal. So here's the reason why I've gotten a little bit more strict with bans for things that don't seem like that big of an issue to you. So people who will jump to anger like that over something so small and insignificant, to you guys, oh, that's so small and insignificant, why would Xan ban for that? To me, that's so small and insignificant. If that's going to get them pissed off, when's a drama that actually matters going to happen and they take the wrong side and it makes it look like my audience is turning against me? No. People who can't handle a completely harmless joke about being Ace being a superpower, the equivalent of autism being a superpower joke, is absurd to me. If you're in my audience and you can't handle that, literally an aggrandizing joke in favor of Ace and aromantic people, then you're just not going to fit in my audience. Jokes are just not something you can handle. You got to get out of here. You can't handle humor. You are the thing the right claims the left is. Do you vape both weed and e-cigs? I vape, I don't smoke, and I don't smoke e-cigarettes. I only vape. Like vapes like these things, and then for weed I only vape it as well. So I vape nicotine and I vape weed. I do not smoke anything because I can't handle smoke. Smoke just too harsh for me. Sets off. Yeah. Yeah. That's what I meant by e-cigs. Oh, it's just a weird thing to call them. Everyone calls them vapes now. Now here is an offensive joke. What's the difference between a zit and a? Let's not go there. No, but in all seriousness, it may seem cruel or like overzealous on my end. It's just that I've been doing this for 3 years at this point. Trust me, I know how to spot when someone's just a future problem in my audience. Do you guys want to know what my first ever like big drama was in my community? It was when a longtime mod and very like, you know, very close fan of mine in my community that went by the name of Pump Action Musket had grown such an obsessive parasocial relationship with me that they'd felt entitled to like they felt entitled to making me agree with them, to the extent that when my friendship with Vosh started to become a little bit more public, Pump Action Musket really didn't like Vosh, and so and really hated my live stream content and thought that I was copying Vosh, and so wrote a big schizo document about how how I've like betrayed my fans and everything. This is like way back in 2019, early on, but that experience and then subsequent repeated similar experiences have basically led me to realizing that sometimes you do see people in your audience that exhibit behaviors that just tell you this person's going to be a problem in the future if I don't ban them now. So yeah. Sometimes you gotta do what you gotta do. Oh god. All right. Cringe. I think I'm based. Xanderhal is the Lenin to Vosh being Marx. Please don't do those memes. Can I say one thing that triggers me, like, about fucking tankies? I feel like tankies complain nonstop about how we debate bros think we're the next, like, great leftist theorists, but the only people I ever see comparing me or Vosh or any debate bro to like a leftist theorist like Marx or Engels or whatever are tankies doing it in ironic memes based off the assumption that people actually agree with it unironically. It's really bizarre. Oh Jesus, we got a bot in the YouTube chat. Got sex bots in the YouTube chat. Xan is a dictator. I'm just a dick. Banning people for a mild disagreement with you when they are subbed in regular chatters, very cringe. Well, I mean, it's my site and I get to make the decisions. Sometimes I gotta make the executive decision. Sometimes I gotta snap them. Dictator tot? What? Dictator tot, okay. You said they can appeal? Yeah, we're working on making an appeal form for people to send submissions to. Xanderhal, don't look at the chatters. They are only temporary. The revolution is forever. The Xan revolution. We don't have an appeal form. We will, though. Like, the appeal form will work for people who are banned pre the appeal form existing. Xanvolution. True. No, don't ban the sex bots. They're praxis. No, I'm gonna ban the sex bots that just spam every single second a link to a porn website. Yeah, Russia shall become East Xanderhal land. Is that would be the name of my country? Xanderhal land. Xanderhal land. Is that's the best name you guys could come up with? All right, sure. Okay. All right, everybody. Listen. You've all been amazing today. It's been a fun as fuck stream. We got a lot of segments and a lot of shorts out of today's stream. It's been fun as hell. Thank you all so much for coming out today. It has been absolutely phenomenal. I love all of you guys so goddamn much. And as usual, I will see all of you next time. Doo-doo fart.